Yo, what up, guys? We are live. So, Annalicia will be here any minute, but I want to break this trend of me always starting late. So, I'm starting exactly on the dot. So, let me know how my audio is. I'm trying out a new microphone system since we fucking dismantled this thing because we were trying to use it for infield. I didn't have enough time to put it together. So, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me well, if the audio is good. And yeah, I'm excited to kick this off. Let me get some. Let me get some ones. Let me get some thumbs up in the chat. Or is there a delay? Rip Allen Roger Curry. Yeah, man, that's fucking sad. That sucks. He was a good guy. Okay, cool. You guys can hear me. That's good. But yeah, dude, that's fucking sad as hell. Does anyone know what the cause of death was? I'm curious to see if anyone in the chat can find out what the cause of death was. Because I'm real curious. But yeah, apparently he was, I think, like early 60s or late 50s. I think the beginning just got cut though, just FYI. Okay. Wait, are you talking about my audio or we're talking about what? What are we talking about here? But yeah. Yo, Annalicia will be here any minute. Let's just give her a second. I'm looking forward to this debate. This will be fun. Oh yeah, your audio. Okay, is my audio good now though, or is it still sucking? Because if not, I'll just go back to using the I'll go back to using the computer system. So just let me know how the audio is. So let me know how the audio has been in the okay, it's good now? Okay, cool. That's what I want to hear. I hope you know what you're. I watched some for clips. I mean, dude, like, you know what? Lately, I've had a lot of debates that were like really amicable, so I'm looking forward to a juicy debate. All right, we got Marcus in the house. Yo, what up, buddy? How you doing? All right, cool. My audio's good. Oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I went on Greg's stream last night. Check out his live stream. I popped on for like half an hour or something like that. It was a good time. I like these daily videos. I feel like I'm part of supportive FitCup family. Aw. Alex this time. Oh yeah, what up, Alex? Yeah, dude. We should get you on for one of the speed dates if you're down. We were kind of just kicking the idea around last time we were live. Some people in the chat want to see it. So if you want to come on, I think we're going to do one tomorrow night, but I'll have to confirm with you for sure. But yeah, if you want to jump on for like 5-10 minutes, it'll be fun. Yeah, this is the chick that Destiny has debated. Yep. Destiny debated her. Abba debated her. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. Let me message her and see what her ETA is. Maybe she's having some tech issues. Hey, joining. Oh, you know what I've been doing for the last 2 days? I've been shooting street interviews. It's a grind getting the kind of reactions you want to get. But I think we're going to release next week. We're going to release several videos where we do some interesting street interviews. I don't want to ruin. I don't want to give away the surprise though, but it's something that you guys are going to get good laugh out of. No formal debate topic. We're just going to explore differences, but there's a few things I want to explore. Nah, I'd rather avoid the race thing, honestly. No, she's coming. She confirmed with me like 20 minutes ago, so I don't think she's gonna flake. Yeah, no, I think she's coming. No, I severely doubt she's a black pillar. No, she doesn't seem like a black pillar. She seems more like a blue pillar, if anything. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but we have an epic debate panel tomorrow. I've been putting this together for several weeks. We're gonna have Kezia Noble, Austin Summers, Mr. Slave. What's his name? QB, and one more person. Fuck, I forget. Oh, and the 3 month no kissing rule chick. Chatel Heidi or whatever, that chick that I debated, the one that was like a stripper, and she has that thing about 3 month no kissing rule. That's gonna be a fucking epic lineup. I think that one's going to be crazy. Alex debates him. Yeah, I actually reached out to him and he hasn't responded. I'd love to debate that guy. I think he's a fucking massive joke. I would love to destroy that dude. I think Destiny was way too charitable to him, but yeah, I don't think he's gonna do it. Yeah, let me see what her if she responded yet. Give me 10. I'm having some tech difficulties. Women and their tech difficulties. No, I'm not one to talk shit since I have tech difficulties all the time. All right, she said give her 10 minutes. Yeah, I did notice that she talks about black men awfully a lot, but I don't know. I don't want to go down the race route, honestly. I feel like that's just a disaster waiting to happen. Uh, Me engaging with a black chick about race. Like, just think about that for a second. Like, I have no problem doing it. I could just see how some people will perceive it though. So I'm gonna keep it more to like manosphere type of things. I generally try to leave race out of shit. Why do I think he's a joke? I mean, just watch us debate with Destiny, and that will answer the question. Oh, she's not black. I thought she was black. What is she? What is her background then? Because she looks dark. I mean, I don't know. Is she like Arab or something? I just assumed she was black, but did you just assume my gender? Did you just assume I was a man? I agree, bro. I agree. I like you guys know me. I'm down to debate anyone. I'll debate people who have no clout. I'll debate a person. I'll fucking debate a homeless guy from down the street if I want, if he wants to, or if we have disagreements. But yeah, he hasn't responded. So if you guys want to, reach out to him, write in his comments, be like, yo, you should debate Alex. He's also doing speed dating on his channel now, and he's claiming he's apparently the only person or the first person to do speed dating. I'm not gonna say he ripped it off me because I wasn't the first person to do speed dating. I got the idea for speed dating from Alden Ross. So it's definitely possible he got the idea from Alden Ross. But for him to say he's like the first person doing it or he invented the concept is like a joke. Uh, Even I didn't fucking invent that shit. Do you think debating black pillars is a waste of time? Depends on how you define waste of time. If you think if by waste of time you mean like changing their minds, then yes, it is a waste of time. But it does give a lot of good entertainment. So if you want some lulls, no, it's not a waste of time. If you want to actually have a meaningful dialogue and change people's minds, then yes, it is a waste of time. Oh, look, we got Undead Gronic in the chat. I like how Undead just has these like proxy debates. So instead of just debating me, he'll just debate like people who know of me. So he'll debate like fucking Ashley and have like a little proxy debate through me. Undead, I don't have any like beef with you personally per se, except for that time you like totally fucked with my stream. But why don't you, instead of doing these weird proxy debates, why don't you actually come on and like a man have a real debate with me? Oh, I do find it funny how like the black pillars are like all about like ethics and these dating coaches are so unethical. They're all so fucked up. They're trying to steal your money. These are the same people who will just like blatantly fuck with other people's streams and like do all these underhanded tactics to like just like fuck with people. Like these are the same people. Like you can't make this shit up. That would be the biggest shit show ever. No, I'd like to debate Undead one at a time. That would be too much of a shit show, I think. But I'm more than happy to set up with Undead anytime next week. Nah, no fucking way. Why would I do that? First of all, I don't trust the guy at all. I think he's pretty unethical, so I wouldn't put it past him to do some fucking shady shit. to get out of having a fair debate. So that's one thing. Like fucking muting my mic, or I've experienced that shit with other black pillars. Second of all, like why would I want to share any clout with him? Like I don't want to do anything that will like help his channel in any way. It doesn't benefit me at all because it's not like my subscriber. So if he wants to come here, he's more than welcome. He's going to get a fair shake. Even though I'm not super fond of the guy, I'm not going to actually fucking like be unfair or bad faith to him. We have like a discussion. We had a discussion a while ago, so yeah, we can do it again. He seems to think a lot of interesting thoughts about me. He thinks I'm a scammer and all that. So we can kind of get to the bottom of his ideas, which I suspect there's not much there. But yeah, he can. That's my offer. Yeah, I can if she's open to it. Uh, yeah, I totally would debate Pearly. But I've had her on the channel in the past, but she told me she doesn't like to do virtual debates. But if she ever comes to Miami, we'll do it. Austin is going to be on tomorrow. He's going to be on tomorrow for the group debate. So yeah, no, Erudite is not joining tonight. She'll be here maybe Monday for our usual thing. No, not necessarily. I mean, some of them are, some of them are not. Oh, that would be fun. Dude, if Undead is open to that, I mean, he thinks that all you need to do is go to the gym. So I would actually love to see that happen. Yeah, that would be fucking epic. Let's get Undead on a speed date and see he can show off how his little red pill, black pill ideas work. That would be funny. Nothing I can debate Coach Kyle about since we literally agree on everything, and Todd V has been dodging me like the plague, so can't really do too much on that front. That would be funny. Hormax versus Pearly things. That would be quite interesting. He likely flash and get your channel flagged. I don't think he would actually do that. Although you never know. I don't think Hormaxer hates you, or maybe he does. I don't know. Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot. You ever concerned that people will flash your channel? Yeah, it's always a concern. But I can always just like immediately take the stream down and then edit it out. So yeah, it's a concern, but I'm not like ultra worried about that. I don't know. I've thought about that. I think Black Pill community has like a love and hate relationship with me. Like I think like they hate me because I'm a dating coach, but like they like engaging with me because I give them like a fair shake and like I'm open to their ideas and I agree with some of their concepts. So it's like I think the way black pillars view me, it's like Alex, he would be such a good guy if he wasn't a dating coach, but he's a dating coach. So it's like a self-hating Jew. It's just like mixed feelings. Like they don't know how to feel about me. It's like they sort of like me, but they sort of hate me. We had a coaching call months ago, but he still gives me advice sometimes. He doesn't do it for the money. He genuinely cares about his guys. I try. I try. I don't know if my channel's blowing up, but it's growing consistently. But yeah, I'm gonna be making some adjustments, uh, to make it blow up more. Sort of accurate. Yeah, I nailed it. Right, looks for L. That's a pretty good assessment. No, she's not flaking. She's gonna show up. Alex, did you listen to Drake and 21 Savage album? No, I did not. Everyone wants to get laid, but no one agrees on how. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think I would like stake my life on the fact that my approach is the most practical, and like based out of like experience and results. But there's people have disagreements with that. I have a video on this. It's a short, so just check out my short where I do a demonstration. Blame fire. Been following you for ages. You seem pissed in the early days, and your voice changed 100x. I don't know if I was ever pissed. I think I've been fairly the same person for the last several years. My voice, yeah, my voice definitely changed. Yeah, for sure. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't fuck with the Megal too much. You see Liverling's apology? Yeah, I watched it today. Oh no, I watched it last night. Super cringe. His apology kind of sucked. Like I could go into it, but he fucking I don't know. It was a bullshit apology if you ask me. Alex, you're ready to learn more about men and women than you ever knew by today's debate. Huh? We can see. For how long have you been doing social media for? Well, I've been on social media since I was like 16. So I don't know how to answer that question. I made a Facebook when I was 16. I made an Instagram when I was like 23, 24. Yeah. I would debate Liver King, but yeah, I don't think he would ever do it with me. But like, what are we going to debate about? It's like, bro, come on, like you're on steroids. He's like, yeah, I know. Okay, like that's the debate. Like the debate would have been more interesting before he confessed. Then I could have like really pushed him, and been like, I could like, I think I know enough about fitness to be like, give like real good reasons why there's no way he could be natural. Dude, do you guys see the dosages that came out in the emails? Okay, I used to take HGH. I don't take it anymore. But he took the amount of HGH in one day that would take in like 5 days or like almost a week. He was doing like five times the dose of HGH that I was. It's like an insane superhuman dose that like even like bodybuilders don't take. So yeah, I mean he's taking like fucking crazy doses. Do you think Kanye is confident, mentally unhinged, or both? Both. Yeah, yeah. I like to keep things interesting. You and Marco's good now. Yeah, yeah. Me and Marcus are good. 99% of influencers are on roids. Agreed. He like overdid it though. He should have one either he should have been just upfront and just been like, yeah, like I take steroids, but also I think this stuff works. And, he wouldn't have been as popular, but he still would have done okay. Or two, he should have taken a lot less steroids to the point where it's like it would be believable that he's natural. Because he just took it to he was taking like fucking massive doses of human growth hormone test. He was doing fucking Winstrol, like two other things. So he was doing like a full on bodybuilding like type of stack. So like, did he really expect people to believe he was natural? I mean, it's like, come on, like people are not that dumb. Yeah, that whole thing is super bizarre. Um, Once in a blue moon, yeah. You're scared. I agree. He definitely is. I've been like super transparent about like my everything I take or don't take. But I do think that steroids can be used responsibly. It's just like no one ever does that. But like I was taking Nandrolone, which is Deca, in like a very small therapeutic dose, right? And I didn't have any negative side effects. I was able to recover a little bit faster. I felt like my injuries were healing faster. My recovery was better. I could lift a little bit more. But the problem is like people start like a small dose and they're like, oh, this is good, let me increase. But if you're just like able to like be like, I don't know, like keep it in a therapeutic territory and not go into superhuman territory, like some of that stuff can help you. Like it can help you if you have an injury, it can help you recover faster. If you're getting older, it can help you like like maintain your youth. It's just like I think most people don't do it responsibly. 1 month. Warren and Moore's believe him. Yeah. By the way, is this the real Hormaxer? I never know. Um, Alex, is it okay if I post my link in the chat for E? Yeah, of course. Yeah, man. I mean, okay, let me message her. But yeah, I don't know. I think like the whole like I think there's nothing wrong with doing steroids. Just don't lie about it. Unless you're doing like fucking, competitive sports, in which case it is wrong. But if you're assuming you're not doing like you're not competing in sports, there's nothing wrong with it. There shouldn't be any stigma about it. But like you shouldn't lie to people about it. Like that's where I think is fucked up. It's not him doing steroids, it's him uh, you know, you know, fucking lying about it. Alex say he had no side effects. Uh, yeah, I mean, dude, if you look at my family though, like that's not related to anything I've done. I started having hair loss when I was like 22, dude. Like every male in my family is bald. I come from a long line of bald Russian men. So I have extremely genetic predisposed to hair loss. I think I fought it off better. If I didn't do all the shit I've done for my hair, I would be like close to bald right now. But yeah, like at this point, I'm gonna do a hair transplant in probably 3-4 months, and then I'll be good. But yeah, I'm just being transparent. Yeah, I haven't had any side effects. But to be fair, I don't do DECA anymore. I simply had a supply issue, so now I just do TRT, like testosterone replacement therapy, a fairly small dose. Yeah, I do peptides as well. Yeah, exactly. Like that's correct. You can try putting Rogaine on your beard, and you can do derma rolling. That combination works really well. Derma rolling and Rogaine. Pe- People always ask me this question, but no, I'm a dude in America. I just don't feel like flying to Turkey. In all honesty, I can do it. I can do it here. I mean, I can afford it, so whatever. I'm gonna go to like the top American guy in Florida. That was like recommended to me. We'll see. We'll see. I tell him to give me a skin fade. Yeah, medium skin fade. Yeah, well, I don't feel like I owe my audience a hair transplant, honestly. Like, I feel like, when I promise you guys, like, hey, I'm going to do this, like, I'm going to release this product, and I feel like I do owe you that. But I don't feel like I owe a hair transplant to my audience. It's purely something I'm doing for myself. I'm going to do it when, like, the time is right. Like, I had to get through a few things. So I had to get through a bunch of dental work. I got that done. Then in end of January, I'm doing stem cells on my neck. I'm flying to Colombia. And then I'm going to need, like, a few months to recover from that. And then by early March, I'll be in a place where I'm ready to do a hair transplant. But yeah, I'm not really in a rush at all. I'm just way too attached to my blonde curls. Yes, that is possible. Adolfo Tex did it. It actually works really well. Can someone tell me if this is the real Hormax or is this like a troll account? I've been trying to text you, buddy, but you haven't been responding. Can't have that. Oh, that's the real Hormaxer? Yo, come on, Hormaxer, man. I texted you, see if you were okay. I didn't hear from you at all. Come on, brother. Dude, Hormaxer. Okay, here's a fun fact. Hormaxer is, I think, the only content creator that I know that just legitimately doesn't give a shit about cloud. Because I don't know how to say this without sounding douchey, so I'll just say it like it is. Whenever I'm like talking to smaller content creators, they're always like super down. When I'm like, "Yo, man, you want to come to my channel?" They're always like, "Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah." Hormaxer is the only person who's not like that. Hormaxer, like, I feel like legitimately doesn't give a shit at all. Like, Hormaxer just wants to like fuck girls and that's it. He doesn't care about like the YouTube game. He doesn't care about like fucking like growing his channel much. He just like wants to like I don't know. I mean, in some ways, I guess it's like respectable. Oh, okay. You still have my number. Can you text me your current number so we can communicate? Nah, I've I used to not be fond of Hormaxer, but he kind of grew on me. He's a good guy, I think, and he's honest. So that's what I respect about him. Hormaxer's like he's right. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got. So you use steroids in the past, Alex? Yeah, I've been like super transparent about that. Yeah, I used a small dose of Deca. You're right. Normal people don't. It's just content creators typically do. All right, where the fuck is she? Jesus Christ, she's like half an hour late. What kind of tech issues is she having? No, I've never really wanted to fuck with that. The only reason I did Nandrolone is because my doctor told me it could help me heal my neck injury. So I really primarily did it for the healing effects, not for like the bodybuilding effects. Homie, I'll debate you anytime, any place. You just have to fucking stop trolling for a second and tell me what you actually want to debate me about. That would be my allergies. Thank you very much. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. I'm pretty good at chess though. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think she's gonna come, but if that happens, then yeah, we can do it. Okay, wait. Let me see. I talked about this on Greg's channel, but my training is like nothing impressive. I train like 4 times a week, about an hour session. I do heavy compound lifts that don't fuck with my neck. For the stubborn muscle groups like chest, like I have a hard time growing chest or calves, I'll do reverse pyramid training. Yeah, I just try to get like progressively stronger on key lifts. So like, there's nothing exciting or special about my training protocol. Uh, you, Well, I wouldn't say me and Hormax are friends, but yeah, I'm like fond of the guy. Uh, I think he's pretty funny. He said he wants an Epstein Island. Was trying to. I don't know. I haven't seen him say that, so I don't know. People fuck around. I don't know. No comment. Uh, so tomorrow we got epic debate panel at 4 p.m. They were going to do speed dating in the evening. Then Monday we got erudite, and she's going to debate Greg. So yeah, that's what I have locked down for now. Has steroids ever helped you with nerve pain from Lyme? Yeah, I think it has a little bit. Thanks, man. I mean, yeah, I see no reason to hide it. I feel like people should be more transparent about that shit. Uh, Bench 220 for like 6 reps. Squat. I don't do like regular squats because I can't put the weight on my back, neck. So I do goblet squats. I don't know. I'll do goblet squats with like 75-pound dumbbells. I don't do deadlifts for the same reason. Fucks with my neck. Yeah. I don't actually. Here's a controversial opinion. I don't think deadlifts are essential. I think deadlifts in general are overrated. I much rather focus on bend over barbell rows and pull ups. That was just the TRT. Yeah, I just talked about that. Yeah, I'm gonna do one. What are your? Someone asked me, what are your dream debates? I would love to debate like, okay, Ben Shapiro. That would be a big one. I'd love to debate. Mm, I mean, like my dream debate would be like to debate Donald Trump or something like that, or like like some high up politician. Um, but yeah, like something that's more practical. I love to debate AMS. I love to debate Todd V. Yeah, shit like that. I will buy you my OnlyFans. Thank you, Hormaxer. I am 5'11" and I am 170 pounds. But I'm very low body fat. I'm less than 10% body fat. Yeah, for sure, man. That's kind of similar to me. I've thought about that, but it's just too much of a risk for my channel to bring Fuentes on. But I would be totally down to have a conversation with him if it wasn't for the fact that I'll probably get my channel like fucking disabled afterwards. I love to debate Sleepy Joe. Kanye, yes. Nick Fuentes, no. No, none. But again, I don't take like the bodybuilding doses. I take a fraction of the dose that a bodybuilder takes. So I take very small doses. And this all like under doctor supervision. So the way my doctor explained to me, it's like if you're taking a small therapeutic dose, like 99% chance you're gonna be good. But as soon as you increase the dose, that's when all the side effects kick in. So um, I have a whole video that I did where I basically lied out. So just fucking check out that video. I'll reach out to her. Yeah. Alex, can you ask Hormaxer3 to please unban Greg? Hormaxer, can you please unban Greg? I mean, I feel like you're not big on censorship, so I don't know why he would be banning anyone. Imagine you're mid debate and he knocks out. Yeah, it'll be funny. I try to eat 3,000 calories a day. I eat 2 meals a day. I haven't even eaten my first meal yet, for example. Typically, I'll have my first meal around 8 p.m., but sometimes I don't have my first meal until like 10:30 or 11, and I'll have my second meal before I go to bed. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm too scared to fuck with that shit. Yeah, No Jumper is also way more popular than me, and he has a rep on YouTube that I don't have. So yeah, like the more subs you have, the more protection you have, if anything. So I don't have the same like YouTube would probably think twice about banning No Jumper because he's like a big established channel. They wouldn't think twice about banning me. Whereas, yeah, let me see what the fuck is going on. She told me she's like at 9:05. She said, "Give me 10. I'm having some tech difficulties." Is she having tech difficulties for 25 minutes? I mean, I guess if she doesn't come on, we can just roast her. No, I have not. No, honestly, I was worried about it, but yeah. Who I dislike more, Donald Trump or Joe Biden? That's like a really hard question because I dislike them for different reasons. I think Donald Trump is an extreme narcissist who's very selfish, and someone like that has no business, being in charge of a country. Also, I'm really not fond of his election denial shit, which I think is a threat to democracy. Joe Biden, I think, is just like a hack. Like I think he's like he just doesn't really stand for anything. At least Donald stands for shit. I feel like Joe doesn't stand for anything. I don't really believe Joe is like actually running the country. I think it's like his cabinet that's doing it. So yeah, it's like hard to say. Like I dislike them for different reasons. But if I had to pick which one of them to be president, I would probably pick Joe. Um, who's my favorite girl? Oh, that's so hard to say. There's been so many good ones. I like that blonde chick. She's been fun. The Arizona girl was fun. Yeah, we're actually doing that. So Allende is helping me right now. Just a hair transplant. Yeah, I actually did the carnivore diet for about a year, and I became pre-diabetic. I don't think my body works well with the carnivore diet. My glucose levels were coming in around 130, so my doctor was straight up like, "If you continue like this, you will become diabetic." And then as soon as I got back at paleo, my blood sugar dropped eventually to like 75. So I know the carnivore diet works really good for some people. For me, yeah, it was. If I kept doing it, I would probably have diabetes about now. I just think my liver just doesn't process all that meat well. Okay, cool. We got Annalicia on. Yo,
Hello, sorry I'm late. I'm so like psychologically defective. It's not even funny. It's not funny.
What were you doing for half an hour?
Well, I was gonna do it on my phone, and then I realized that it probably my speaker. Can you hear me really well?
Yeah, you're good.
Is it clear? Yeah. So
Yeah.
on my phone, StreamYards, there's a lot of feedback. There's a lot of echoing. So I tried to do it on my computer, which outside of writing and typing and reports, I'm pretty much just technologically remedial. So I had to go in and I had to figure out how to turn the internal speaker.
It's okay. It's okay, Annalicia. I'll take your word for it that it was something complex. It's all good. You're better late than never.
It was something complex for me, but for you, it's probably light work. That probably would have been easy.
I don't know. That's probably one thing you and I agree on because I'm actually really bad with technology too, as my chat can testify.
Oh, you're not the only one then. That's good.
No, you're not. All right, let's kick it off with a quick introduction. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just do a very brief introduction of who you are and like kind of what you believe.
So my name is Annalicia Chemin. I do have a YouTube channel. It's right now it's under we're doing some remodeling. So but yeah, I would say that I'm sort of social commentary. I don't really know what I'm into, but I was introduced to Alex because I was on a panel with him talking about red pill nonsense, pickup artistry nonsense.
We're gonna have some fun.
Well, yeah, you definitely will, but I'm probably more leaning to an egalitarian lifestyle in where I believe in equity when it comes to relationships. If you're good at something, you can do it all day. Whatever my strengths are, I will definitely utilize and capitalize on my strengths, and you do the same. But yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Would you classify yourself as a blue pillar?
What the hell is that? Like, why are people taking these pills? Just like live your life. I don't even know what that is.
We'll figure it out as the discussion keeps going. I'll tell you yay or nay. I was kind of trying to figure that out when I was watching your content. It seems like you flirt with the blue pill, but I don't know if you're officially in it, but we'll find out. So let's kick it off with this question. I think this is going to create the discussion. So what are some things that you disagree with the manosphere or pickup community on?
Well, so things that I disagree with respect to the manosphere.
And let's go one at a time.
Okay. So the manosphere, I think maybe in its inception, like maybe in its infancy, there was something positive and beneficial about it. No doubt. But what it has sort of devolved into today is sort of, and I know that your audience isn't going to like this. You might not like it either. Okay. But with respect to the manosphere, there's like a dichotomy. There's kind of a black manosphere and a white manosphere. The white manosphere, couldn't care less. I don't have any involvement or any real opinions or feedback about it. But the black manosphere, I believe it is toxic. I believe it is counterproductive and in a lot of ways counterintuitive. I believe that it's leading young men astray and it's probably leading them off a cliff into hell or a pit of despair where they're probably going to die alone. But yeah, I can't think of one beneficial thing about the black manosphere now that I think about it.
Well, I'm actually the king of the black manosphere, so I can speak for it. No, between the black manosphere and the white manosphere, there's probably like a 95% overlap in ideas. So there's no way you could disagree with everything on the black manosphere and like be cool with everything in the white manosphere.
No, so I want to make something very clear. It's not that I'm condoning what goes on in the white manosphere, because I think like most things, black men sort of like the white men started the manosphere and then black men jumped on the bandwagon. When I'm talking about a dichotomy, I'm talking about issues in the black community, issues between relational dynamics and romantic dynamics between black men and black women. So based on those things, the advice that the black manosphere is exporting is it's problematic. It's so problematic.
Well, tell me some specific things. What are some specific things you think is problematic?
So I mean, I saw someone in the chat mention their, what I would say was their like godfather, the Booty Goon Samuels, or Kevin Samuels. His rhetoric about Black women and beauty standards, his rhetoric about Black women being undesirable, about them not fitting the the Eurocentric beauty standards, about them being average, or that they're going to die alone. Yeah, that's problematic, for a million reasons. But yeah.
Are you familiar with the study that he's referencing?
Is it an OkCupid study? Because that's not a study.
He's basing that off of the study that basically suggests, and it's kind of unfortunate what it is, but Black women are the least desired group of women. Again, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that's kind of how it is. So, I mean, yeah, I don't see what's wrong with him, like just acknowledging that reality, right?
Well, then if we're who does he think that Black men, who made up for probably, I would say, the majority of his audience, does he think that Black men are desirable? Because they're not.
They're more desirable. So, like, if you look at men, right, like probably the most desirable would be like probably white guy, but right below that would be like Hispanic guys and Black guys. Below that would be like Asian guys and Indian guys. So, in terms of desirability for men, like Black guys are not at the bottom. That would be like Asian guys and Indian guys. Again, kind of fucked up, but just was what it is. Versus with women, it would really be Black women. Like they're like what's it called? Like Asian women would be everyone talking about averageness ahead of Black women. Again, it's not. This is all an aggregate, so we're not talking like every Black woman is.
No, I know. I don't. We're speaking in generalities. That's how I preface everything. But when we're talking of desirability, means so many things. There are so many variables that go into desirability, right? Like someone can be physically attractive or physically desirable. Does that necessarily mean that they're going to be a good mate or a good father? Because there are studies that I've read that rank Black men at the bottom when it comes to their marriageability and whether they're marriage material. So I would also probably ask why Black women rank at the bottom. I feel like that would be an important question to ask if we're actually going to have that conversation. But pointing out that Black women are the least desired, to me, is problematic. Black men have spent most of their time in the free world, most of their time being free men. They've spent it denigrating and disrespecting Black women on public stages, in front of the world. So it kind of makes sense to me that other groups of men would perceive Black women to be the least desirable when their own men are out here publicly shitting on them and saying that they're not desirable and that other groups and races of women are more desirable. To me, that makes perfect sense. I don't even really have a problem with it. I just think it's important to probably go into why that is the case. And also, again, Black men may be desirable physically because a lot of women have they have kinks. They want to see how Black men fare in terms of bed bucking. But outside of that, are Black men like good fathers? Are they father material? Are they husband material? Are they desirable in probably what I would consider them more important ways? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's not good to shit on anyone, but why is it problematic to just point out a simple reality that's backed up by science? Like, why is that problematic? Because I would say it's more problematic to not.
What science? What science?
The study that I'm referencing, I would say this, like, okay, if you're giving advice to a Black woman and maybe she's having a hard time finding a mate, it might be good to just be like, hey, listen, this is kind of what it is in terms of aggregate. However, there are things you can work on. You can go to the gym. You can, be more pleasant. You can be, better conversationalist, right? But I think like if you have to start off at a point of reality. If you start off at like, hey, listen, like everyone's the same, like you're not really doing people any favors.
That's not, but it's not about pointing out whether or not, those are sirens. It's not about pointing out whether or not people are the same. It's about having a platform and using it to shit on the women in your group while you simultaneously uplift other women. And this is why Black women are the least desired, because other groups of women can see, and men can see, that Black men shit on. Why would if their own group of men don't desire them, if their own group of men prefer white women and Asian women, Hispanic women, why? That must mean that they're not very worthy, or they're not desirable. I would also like to point out that that's not science. Whatever study you're referring to is actually not science, because when Black women do marry out, when they do date other races of men, they have the highest success rates and the lowest. I think they have of any interracial pairing, they have the most successful relationships and longest marriages.
Wait, how do you know the study I'm pointing out is not science when you haven't seen the study? Like, I feel like that's how can you make?
Well, what's the study? You haven't. You
want me to? I can pull it up real quick. Hang on a second.
Just cite the source. I just need to know the source.
Yeah, 1 second. It's been a minute since I saw this. Okay. This is Okay, this is Annalicia. Okay, I want to find like the primary source. Okay, there we go. Race and desirability, Black women dating scene, Black women in the Muslim Valley, least desire. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna share my screen. 1 second. There we go. So here's the study. I believe it was done by Portland State University. Black women are one of the most undervalued, least desired, and highly persecuted groups of people. Some could argue that they're victimized by members of their own Black community with regards to white racist ideologies.
Right. So hold on. We don't have to go through it because you're substantiating and bolstering my point. Other groups of men are not going to desire a group of women who are not even desired by their own men. Men compete with other men for women and resources and power. That's the way it works. You're literally bolstering my position and my point, which is that if Black women are the least desired, it's because Black men have spent generations, I would say millennia, putting out to the world that they're not desired by their own men. You prove my point.
No, my initial point was that Black women are the least desired. I didn't even get into why. I
don't care if they're the least desired. I want to know why.
Okay, well, we can have that discussion. You just asked me for the source, so I wanted to show you so that you knew I wasn't like just pulling this out of my ass.
No, I don't think. I just want to know the source because a lot of men in the space, they want to say, "Oh, the OkCupid," like that's not a study, that's not a reputable source. So I just wanted to make sure that it was a reputable source.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I want to show you. Okay, now let's get into the why. Right? Why is that? So there's two factors that it could be, right? One is genetics.
Hold on. Wait a minute. No. You said there's two factors that it could be. That study told you what it is.
No, the study was speculating on what it is. The study didn't tell you what it is. The study was speculating. It was trying to give a thesis.
No, the studies gave you variables.
No, So the study was just talking about what the fact is, and then it gave the opinion of the guy who did the study. So wait, hang on. Let me just finish the point. So there's two things it could be, and this is where I think we're going to have a disagreement. The first one is genetic. There's something genetically about Black women that makes them, on average, less attractive, right? The second thing that it could be is social. The fact that what you were talking about is because Black men, as you said, they're shitting on Black women, and that's what makes them less attractive, right? Now, I think we can both agree it's probably a combination of those two things. But the question is, what percentage is to which? Now, I would argue, here's my position, is that it's largely genetic and there's a small social component to it. I'm assuming, I don't want to straw man your position, is that you would argue the opposite. Is that correct?
You think that Black women are genetically unattractive?
Not what I said. I said that I think on average, Black women are.
No, hold on. When I say Black, unless I say all, I'm speaking in generalities. If I say all, then that implies absolutism. So yeah, we can just preface everything.
No, it's not for you, Annalicia. I know you get it. It's for anyone who's going to clip this. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm saying something that I'm not. So I have to be very careful when I talk about these topics and how I word things. So what I'm saying is, I think on average, there's something about Black women that makes them less attractive to the average guy. Now, if I go use myself as an example, because I'm a straight guy, right? I'm attracted. I've hooked up with a lot of girls. I've hooked up with a few Black girls, but typically why I have found Black girls less attractive is because of their facial features. I think, just don't appeal to my reptilian brain. Also, another one is I've just noticed, it's going to be really crass, but the booties are a little fucking flabby on some of the Black chicks that I've hooked up with. But again, there's some hot Black chicks out there for sure. I'm just going to say that. But I think largely for guys, it is a kind of like a reptilian brain type of thing. It's like, okay, like this girl just doesn't turn me on as much as the the Latina girl, the Asian girl, or the white girl, right? But I think you would argue that it has nothing to do with that. That it largely has to do with social conditioning, right? Or
Right. Well, the fact that you're attracted to, I think it's important for you to acknowledge, or people in general to acknowledge, that the normal way of mating and dating is people, generally speaking, will date people who look like them. That's normal, and that's how it's been from the beginning of time. We put ourselves in groups, we put ourselves in tribes, and we kind of congregate and socialize in that way. And that's generally speaking what people have always done. But if you have a group, white men and white men, I'm sorry, white men and white women, Asian and like, that's fine. And generally speaking, that's what's happening. There are some deviations, or there are some outliers. But generally speaking, that absolutely is still the case. But if you have a group of men who are like, you're talking about facial features. So, and that's also a white supremacist talking point. But if you have a black man, literally.
You think that makes me a white supremacist? Because
that's not what I said. I said that that's a white supremacist talking point. It was a way to that was a way that white supremacists were able to differentiate and create divisions and divides between blacks and whites. It had a lot to do with phrenology. It had a lot to do with
come on, Annalicia, come on. That's a red herring right there. It's not fair to say that.
I'm telling you what it is, but I'm also trying to draw a parallel between what you're saying in terms of facial features and what Kevin Samuels, a black man, was also saying in terms of facial features. So it coming from you doesn't really mean that much to me, but it coming from a black man, there's a different dichotomy and there's a different implication, and that's a problem. That's why the black manosphere is a problem, because
why would it be okay? Like, let's just assume me and Kevin Samuels are sitting down and we're talking about like the facial features that we find attractive. Why would it be problematic if we agree on the facial features that we find attractive because of our race? I feel like that just has to do with like a preference thing. Like, what's
right, but right, and you can have a preference, but at the end of the day, when you prefer Eurocentric features, a Eurocentric skin, that is rooted in white supremacy and it is rooted in colonization. If you want something that doesn't look like you, that there are implications. And again, there have been studies, there have been like people have this has been documented throughout history, right? Where you have they call it like black men lusting after whiteness or lusting after white women. There's a psychological element to it because white women are seen as a social status. They're seen as social currency, and that kind of brings them closer to whiteness. It brings them closer to white patriarchy. So yeah, there are absolutely psychological like there are implications, of course. But if a black man and a white man are saying, hey, I like Eurocentric features, and I like features, or a black man says, I like features that don't mirror my own, I don't know why that's so hard for you to understand. It seems like it's obvious that is rooted in colonization and white supremacy. People hate people who look like themselves. That's the reality.
Well, first of all, there's so many things you said that I want to explore. First of all, where are you basing this claim that people want to date people who look like themselves? Because I just fundamentally disagree with that claim in of itself.
The fact that race. What do you mean? What do you mean? The fact do you have more mixed people in the world, or do you have more people who are Asian, white? Like that's proof.
You can't. If we look at a place like Miami where I live, it's all fucking mixed. Like there's like.
I'm talking globally. I'm talking how mixed is like.
But Annalicia, but you can't take a country like China that has no foreign people and expect to be mixed. When you have a country like America, right, where there's actually people from different races, right? Yeah, you do see a lot of mixing. Now, my speculation.
America is not the center of the world. Like there is a world outside.
I understand that, but America is one of the few countries
outside of America.
I understand that, but America is one of the few countries where you have a melting pot of different races. We can't take a look at a country like Russia or China and expect there to be like any kind of mixing of races because there's no other races there. So we have to look at countries.
Why are there no other races there?
Just has to do with like I don't know, no people want to move there. Like, do you want to move to China or Russia?
Why not?
because those countries are shitholes.
Really, do you know how much? Do you know anything about the Chinese economy?
Yeah. Do you want to live in China, Annalicia? That place is a
Wait a minute. You're saying that they're shitholes.
Yeah, they are shitholes.
China's literally colonizing Africa as we speak. What do you mean it's a shithole?
But do you want to live in China?
There's more shitholes in America than there are in China.
Okay. Where would you rather live?
Poverty. Actually, there's more poverty in America than there is in China.
Okay, Annalisa, a simple question. Where would you rather live, America or China?
No, we're not having that. This is your conversation. You asked me what is the proof that people generally date and mate people who look like them, and I'm giving you an example, and you're saying, oh well, you can't use those. You can't use those as an example.
You're giving me countries that are very homogeneous, that have no mixing.
Right. But hang on, let me finish. Hang on, stop. Homogeneous for a reason.
Hang on, you gotta let me finish. Like I'm letting you finish. Just let me finish. That's the only way we can have a good discussion. Why are you getting so stressed about?
Because this conversation, it's so like it seems intellectually dishonest.
No, it's a very straightforward conversation. Just like take a chill pill, like bring it down a notch. It's not that deep. Okay, so the problem I have with and we're kind of going on several different things, so I am going to bring it back. The problem I have with the examples you're using when you're saying like, oh, China is, again, there's no real immigrants in China, and the immigrants that are in China are like people from Korea or like Thailand and stuff like that. So of course you're not going to see mixing of different races, right? You have to look at countries that are more like melting pots, like America or like France or something like that. Those are the places where you see mixing because there's an option to mix. You can't mix with a person that's not there. But generally what I've observed is that people tend to tend to be sexually attracted to something that's a little bit different than them. So people like me, for example, I'm a white guy. I'm attracted to Latinas, right? I'm not attracted to girls that look like me who have blonde hair and white skin. I'm attracted to like big booty Latinas, right? That's always been my thing, right? There's a lot of white guys who, for example, are attracted to Asian girls. A lot of like the girls who look like me, like the Russian girls, they're attracted to like Hispanic guys. So there's definitely a lot of mixing. So if you want to make that claim that people tend to always stay within their, people prefer to date within their race, you have to show me some kind of a study out of that. You can't just like throw out a name of a country that has no population for where it could even mix.
So I need to show you proof that people are still, as a general matter, they're still mating and dating people who look like them?
Yeah. You're making a claim. I disagree with your claim.
No, but you're saying that there are more people who are dating outside their race. Remember, not intra-racially dating, but interracially dating. You're saying that there are more people who are dating outside of their race in the world, not America. America's not the world. I understand you're patriarch. That's fine. But in the world, not in Canada. I mean, not in America.
Okay. No, that's not the claim I'm making. I'm disagreeing with your claim that people prefer to date within their race. I'm just disagreeing with that claim. I don't know if more people are dating interracially or not. I don't know that. But I'm just disagreeing. So I'm agnostic on this issue.
We're not. Yeah, we're not going to have a meeting of the minds. You can think that the world is mixing, and just because that's what America's doing doesn't mean that that's what the rest of the world is doing. And again, if they are, we have to also look at why they're doing it. But my position was that, generally speaking, as a general matter, since the beginning of time, people mate and date people who look like them. And when you have outliers, that's worth looking into, especially when we're talking, for me, when I'm talking about the Black community and you're talking about Black men, and the percentages at which they're dating out, yeah, that's probably something that I would look into.
And all I'm asking you is, like, again, I just want to see if you have a source for this or where you're basing this on.
I didn't know that I'd have to go into my computer and like send it, and so like that's what you actually want data.
Well, yeah,
that more people are still dating and okay.
I think when you make a strong claim, you should have some data.
I didn't think that was a strong claim. I feel like that's like the most rudimentary and the most basic. Like I thought that was a universal understanding, but okay, I will.
No, we can move past it. All I really was trying to do is see if, like, were you basing that on? Is it based on anecdotal evidence? Is it based on like a study you read? It seems like it's based on anecdotal evidence, which is fine. Okay, let's get back to the main topic at hand. So you made a claim which I thought was pretty, like, I'll just be frank, kind of crazy, is that dating wanting to date people who are like Eurocentric is somehow tied into white supremacy or something like that. So would you say that you personally don't have a sexual preference? Like you're equally open to any type of guy. There's no preference that you have.
No,
Really?
really.
No preference at all? Like what about if a guy's short? What if a guy's a 5'3"?
That's not a race thing. That's
No, I
not.
know. But I'm talking about like, okay, what about height? You must have a height preference, right?
I have a height preference only because I'm 5'9", right? Like I'm tall, so you kind of have there's like a you kind of have to be this tall. But
Yeah,
at the same time, again, this is not race. This is not something that is
I understand.
right. So you can't really use it as a point. I'm specifically talking about race.
I
I'm not
know.
talking about I'm not talking about your height. I'm not talking about, oh, no, I don't care about any of those things. But none of
I
those.
know. I'm just simply trying to establish if what kind of preferences you have. Okay, it sounds like you have a height preference, which is totally fine. I have a height preference too. Do you have a weight preference?
Oh my God, this is okay. Okay.
It's a simple question. I don't understand why this is like question that's like triggering you so much. It's like a really like straightforward question. I'm not trying to like gotcha or catch you or anything.
No, no, no. Because I feel like I've already answered the question. So
You told me about height. You didn't tell me about weight.
um, I like to date people who are like-minded with myself.
Okay.
I'm very active. I'm very athletic. I was athletic all throughout my life. So I'm a firm believer in psychology, and I'm a firm believer in commonalities and having things in common with the person that you're with. These are the things that are going to give you the legs to go the distance. Whereas, that whole opposites attract thing, psychologically speaking, it's been debunked. It doesn't actually work, and like in terms of a long-term successful meaningful relationship. So weight, I prefer him to be interested in the same things that I'm interested in. So that would
Okay.
probably by default that would mean that he's physically fit.
Yeah.
Do I have a problem if he has like a pot belly, or if he's a little bit round? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Nothing wrong with that at all. I have a weight preference too. Nothing wrong with having a weight preference. Okay. So you do have a height preference, you do have a weight preference, but you're saying when it comes to facial features, there's no preference at all. Like just take a second and like look through your dating history, like mentally. Like you're saying there's not any kind of a pattern, because you would be very unique if that's what you're claiming, that you have no preference when it comes to facial features or skin color or anything like that. Like you're equally down to date Asian guys as you are with Indian guys, as you are with white guys, as you are with black guys. Like there's no preference at all.
None whatsoever. And I would say I don't have a weight preference either. Like I said, I my when it comes to or when it came to dating, I was more interested interested in substance and character and integrity versus the sort of outer exterior of things. And again, facial features. This is where it gets a little bit dodgy, because facial features can largely, like phenotype and genotype, these things can largely be attributed to one's race. And so that's where you and I are going to deviate, because if you have a preference for a specific phenotype or a facial feature, it's probably because you prefer a specific race because you find it most within that race. So that's the difference that I'm trying to help. I need you to understand when we're talking about racial preferences. It's not the same as saying, hey, I like guys that are tall, but I date all heights. It's not the same at all.
Why? They're both things that are outside of your control. You can't control your height. You can't control your race. What's the difference?
Right, because historically those things are not linked or have any rooting in power, in subjugation, in oppression. None, like, I'm sure for people who are short, they think it sucks to be short, but outside of that, they're not being marginalized or subjugated or criminalized because of it. It's not like you're not comparing apples and apples when you're comparing race and height. Like that's trivial. That's like so retarded.
But do you feel like a guy, for example, who has a racial preference should just like ignore that preference for the sake of like proving to the
No,
world that
that's not what I said. And that's like, you're taking what I'm saying, you're twisting it.
no.
People can have preferences. That's fine.
Okay.
But you were specifically asking me about, we were talking about Kevin Samuels, and I told you why it's problematic for a black man to subscribe to white supremacist talking points on the world stage to show his ass and to say black women don't live up, or they don't, because they don't have Eurocentric features, they're not desirable. You don't
Um,
see the difference in that, between that and any race of woman or man saying, huh, I'm not really into like really short guys, or I'm not really into like big girls. You don't see the difference?
no, it's a simple fact that black women on average are less desirable. I don't see it as problematic. I don't see it as white supremacist for Kevin to say that, to mention that simple fact. I see that no different as someone saying, hey, I don't find short guys attractive. Short guys probably have it harder than any group of people. A guy who's 5'3" is going to struggle more than a guy of any race, a woman of any race. So yeah, like I think that if I had to choose between being a black woman and being a guy who's 5'3", I mean, like when it comes purely to dating, I would say the black woman will do a lot better than the guy who's 5'3". The hype pill is real. But like the one other thing that you said I want to push back on, you said that like weight is not preference. So you would date a guy who's 300 pounds? Like that's something you would do?
I mean, when I was dating, I mean, depends on how tall he is, because I guess it would be proportion to your height, right?
Let's say he's 6 feet tall.
I don't know. Is that like really big?
That guy's huge. If he lays on you, he's gonna crush you. Yeah, he's.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I would have to. I don't know. So that's like, that's huge. You're saying that's huge.
Yeah, he's fat. Come on, Annalicia. We both know you would, and there's nothing wrong with
Well,
that.
but because I don't know I don't know what that guy would look like. Would he be like? So he would be like fat, fat.
Yeah, imagine me, but three of me in this body. That's what it would look like. Just like a massive gut.
Okay, I'm gonna. I guess no. I'll say no.
Okay, there we go. So you do have a little bit of a weight preference, but it's not
Right, but
substantial.
that's not a weight preference, because if you're talking about someone who's that big, then you're talking about someone who has chronic health issues. Like you're giving these extremes to prove a point, which I feel like,
Well, you need to use extremes when you give
when you have
hypotheticals.
to use extremes, you kind of miss the boat.
Well, no, because if I say a guy who's 220 pounds, who's a little chubby, it's kind of hard for you to visualize whether you would go for that or not. But if I give you an extreme and I say 300 pounds, that's how we test the merit. That's how hypotheticals work. That's how you test the merits of someone's idea. And again, there's nothing wrong with you not wanting to date a 300-pound guy. That's totally normal. You know, like 99.9% of women will agree with you on that. Again, the reason I brought it up is because I just frankly think the idea that you don't have weight preference is absurd, because everyone does. Like, unless you're like the most unique human being in the history of human beings, you know. But okay, let's get back to the initial topic at hand. And we're talking about agreements and disagreements with the manosphere. So tell me some more specific things you disagree with, like the manosphere on.
The black manosphere, again, it's just the idea that you're on a public forum and kind of a world stage, and you're denigrating your women, who are already the most, probably the most impoverished. They're probably already the most marginalized. They're probably, like, black women have a host of problems outside of the black community, and the idea that black men are creating more problems for them inside their own communities, and in many cases their own homes, that's absolutely disgusting to me.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think, I'm not a fan of people creating problems for anyone. Let me rephrase the question. What are some specific, because there's no black or white pickup community. There's just one pickup community. What are some things that you disagree with the pickup community on?
Well, can we define what it is, just so that I'm not
Sure.
mischaracterizing it?
Yeah, sure. No worries. The pickup community is basically guys who want to improve their skills at talking to girls, their game. So they go out and they talk to girls and they try to improve. They believe in, things like, I don't know, that you can get better at talking to girls. They believe you can become more charming. They can believe you improve your social skills. I mean, yeah, I can go on for days, but that's like the rough summary of the pickup community. Because you said in your very intro that you mentioned you took a shot at the pickup community. So I just want to see what some specific things you disagree with them on.
Well, I'm talking about the pickup community in the black YouTube space. And again, it's going to be different than it would be in the white YouTube space, for me at least.
So there's only one. So with the manosphere, you're right. There's two manospheres. With the pickup community, there's only one. There's no black pickup community.
So there are no black men on YouTube who are
There are, but they don't have their own community. It's one. There's not like there's not like with the manosphere. There's like there's like the black manosphere, right? But with the pickup community, it's all one.
Okay. So like I said, I mean, you've described a lot of very superficially based. Like, what do you mean in terms of self-improvement? What does that like define that?
Becoming a better human being, becoming a better man, leveling up your fitness, leveling up your finances, leveling up your confidence, leveling up your self-esteem. Yeah, that sort of thing.
On its face, or based on your description and based on your characterization, I don't think that I would have I mean, why call it pickup artistry then? Because pickup artistry to me, it just sounds like, pump and dump. You're trying to pick women up, not necessarily build relationships with them. So again, there's like that sort of really superficial element to it, which I don't.
Yeah, that's not really true though. That's like a common misconception. Pickup community is not like biased towards one night stands. Pickup community, there's a whole range of people. There's some guys who want one night stands, some guys who want relationships, some guys who want marriage. There's no like, oh, you have to like have one night stands and pump and dump, and then like that's it. Like that.
But I thought that it was like, I thought it was one. I didn't think that there were different sects or different.
There's different. Well, I wouldn't say different sects, but there's different opinions. Yeah, like I would disagree. Like I'm part of the
that sounds like that opinion sounds like it would lead to a different lifestyle, different choices. Like, so that sounds like it would be sort of a deviation from this sect that you're describing, and that's why I feel like, so even if, I mean, you might feel like it's like one really homogenized kind of space, but it sounds like, based on what you're saying, that there are differences, and those differences can probably lead to different outcomes and different socialization, a lot of differences actually.
There are differences, but it's not based around race. But there's some common, like, I mean, if you're not too familiar with the pickup community, that's okay. I just assumed based on your introduction that maybe you had some experience with it. But like, yeah, if you're not too familiar with this community, then that's fine. Let's get back to the manosphere then. What about the white manosphere? Is there anything that you dislike about the white manosphere?
I don't know enough about it. I don't care enough about it. It doesn't affect me directly or indirectly, I don't think so.
Why are you more invested in the black manosphere than the white manosphere? Like, what made you more interested in the black manosphere?
Because I come from a black family and a black community. I work in social work and community work. I'm in the social service sector, so I see how the black manosphere. I see how sort of that online space. I see how it translates in the real world in many cases. So yeah, I'm definitely invested in it more than, like, I mean, white people are not invested in the black community or the black manosphere, nor should they be. It doesn't affect them, right? So to the extent that it affects them, then they would be, to the extent that anything affects me, then I'm going to investigate it and try to analyze it. But I'm not there yet. So
yeah, to be fair, the black manosphere is pretty small. Like most black content creators are part of the white manosphere or like the general manosphere. Like the black, there's not that many people who want to like keep it segregated. But okay, fair enough. Let's move on to this. So I was like researching your content a little bit, or some of the debates I saw you on, looking for disagreements. And here's one where I think we're going to have a substantial disagreement. So I saw a clip of you telling a guy, I think you probably know what I'm talking about, that he doesn't make enough money for his woman to be submissive. Can you expand on that?
That was so long ago. I feel like at that point I was like backed. I was kind of like a wild animal backed into a corner. But I think that,
yeah, if you don't hold that position anymore, it's totally fine. I don't want to make you defend a position that you change your mind on.
Well, so the idea of submission in and of itself is, I don't really adhere or subscribe to it. I feel like when you're in a relationship, you sort of submit to each other. So yeah, that's not my worldview. So if you need submission from someone, that's probably speaks to a larger problem. But yeah, so again, I'm egalitarian. I believe that my partner and we submit to each other. But yeah, I'm not into like the power imbalance of like, oh, submit to me, or yeah, no, I don't. That's
Sure. I sort of agree with you on that. Like, but I think that's primarily focused on sexually. So I'm sure in the bedroom, again, I don't want to make it like personal or anything, but like in the bedroom, we can acknowledge the vast majority of women prefer a guy who's dominant rather than a guy that's submissive.
um well, not like I know some women who are into like the whole dom sub thing. I know some men who are into that. So I mean, there are definitely like pockets and like and sort of minorities that like I guess a minority group or that are into the reverse. But
Sure.
yeah, I think that we do attribute like masculinity, or we attribute like that power with yeah, probably with like an element of dominance. Yeah.
Yeah, but the vast majority of women, of course, there's exceptions. The vast majority of women prefer a man who's sexually dominant, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe, probably.
Oh, come on, Annalisa. Why do you say maybe or probably? What
Because
made you?
I'm not well versed. Like if I'm not well versed in something, I don't like to. I know we're speaking in generalities, but and when it comes to people's sexual proclivities, I don't. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'll say yes, sure.
Okay, cool. So that's kind of what I was curious about because it felt like, and again, if this is a position you no longer hold, like just tell me and we can move on to the next thing. But it felt like in that clip that you were attributing like some kind of a causation factor between money and like the likelihood of your girlfriend submitting to you, which I personally think there's no correlation there. Like I don't see how money would make a girl sexually submit to you or not. Am I correct, or that's like not your
Well,
position?
yeah, I think that finally, and maybe this will be the only time. But yeah, no, I agree. I think at that point in that whatever you want to call it, again, I was just kind of patronizing their entire worldview.
Mm,
Their worldview is that finances and money, these are the predictors of how a woman is going to treat you, and that's just not true, like as a general matter. So
okay.
if they're saying, hey, if you have this, if you have money, your girl should be submitting to you and this and that. Well, that was their position. I kind of flipped it on its head and I said, hey, well, based on your talking points, based on what what Jim Jones and your Godfather, based on what they're saying, you don't make enough money. You're like average or below average at best economically. So yeah, that's probably
Okay, so you're kind of fucking with them, basically.
that's right. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, let's move on to the next thing then. I thought we'd have like a major disagreement there, but okay. What do you think about the sugar baby epidemic? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Is that the right word?
It's a word I like to use. We can call it whatever. But basically, in the last 15 years, there's been a lot of sugar babies. It's becoming more and more popular. You see a lot of content creators on TikTok who are like basically giving women advice on how to fuck over men. Yeah, so we can call it an epidemic. We can call it whatever, general increase. But yeah.
I mean, I don't think I wouldn't. I mean, if we're going to be hyperbolic, okay, sure, there's an epidemic. But I think that it's funny to me that on the one hand, you have men who are saying, get your money up so that you can have these types of relationships with women, and then when women turn around and do it, they get angry. Like that seems moronic to me.
Sure, I see your point. I think it's a small percentage. You're thinking mostly of the red pill community, like the fresh and fit type of people who make that argument. That's certainly not an argument that you're ever going to see me make, or like pretty much anyone in the pickup community. But yeah, like I think it's a small percentage of content creators who are pushing that, like, yo, get your money up so you can get girls. I think you should get your money up to improve your quality of life, but certainly not to get girls. I don't really think you should use your money to get girls. But with that aside, you pointed out an interesting contradiction. But with that aside, what do you think about the sugar baby, massive rise of sugar babies? Like, what are your feelings about it?
So the reason that I brought up the I guess what you're characterizing as the red pill, I brought it up because there's probably a correlation there, right? If you have like an uptick or an influx of men who are very loudly, even if it's a minority, some minority groups can be very loud in their position and worldviews. But if you have a group of people who are, in a very public way, they're exporting to the world that this is something that you need, this is the amount that you need, this is what you can do with it. I think women, some women are going to turn around and they're going to say, okay, I'll play your game, we can play that game. And if they take it too far, and if they because again, for me, it's always cause and effect. I always like to look at the relationship, the cause and effect relationship. And I feel like in a lot of cases, women feel like they are being exploited by these types of men, by men who are powerful, or who are extremely economically and fiscally advantaged. Sometimes they do become exploitative, and that power imbalance can create problems. So women might respond by saying, okay, well, if you're going to exploit me, I'm going to exploit you, and it's going to be a mutually beneficial but mutually exploitative relationship. So that's where I am with it.
Okay, let me rephrase the question a little differently. So there's a popular TikTok content creator, I forget her name, but I could find it up if you really need me to, who basically literally gives videos about how girls can extract as much money from men as possible. And whenever people question her ethics, her logic is always, oh, well, men are fucked, so I'm going to get mine. It's like, well, I'm going to fuck over men as much as possible. So like when you see something like that, is that something you would condemn? Is that something you would encourage? Would you be agnostic on that? Like, where would you stand on something like that?
Again, I feel like it is a response, so I'm indifferent. I don't think that generally I don't believe that people should exploit each other. I understand that is a part of it's a part of who we are, to be exploitative to some degree. But I believe in balance. So I feel like if you lean too far on one end of the spectrum or the other, it can be problematic. So no, I wouldn't want women or men to be exploiting each other, but to the extent that they are, or to, maybe one group is responding to another group, I'm indifferent.
You wouldn't condemn that kind of behavior?
What type of exploitative behavior?
Yeah, women specifically going out of the way to exploit men as much as possible.
Well, I mean, what do you mean going out of their way? What do you mean?
Like literally developing a whole strategy for how they can get as much money from men as possible while gaslighting and leading these guys on.
Well, men do the same thing when they want sex, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, but there's a saying, two wrongs don't make a right, right? So for example, if you, for example, I don't know, if you call me a really derogatory name, that doesn't mean I'm just somehow allowed to do the same thing to you, right? So we can.
I agree with you, but like I said, the cause and effect relationship, I cannot ignore it, and that is how humans are. Humans react to their environment. They react to their communities. We react, right? So if there's a cause and effect relationship, I don't think it's right. But again, I think the cause and effect relationship is important, and
what if okay, let me give you a hypothetical. What if that woman who's like trying to go out of her way to fuck over men has never been exploited by a man? Like she's never had a bad experience with a guy. Would then you condemn that behavior?
If she's never been exploited by a man?
Yeah, and she's still trying to exploit men.
This is like, so these hypotheticals are so, oh my God. I think if a woman has never been exploited by a man, she's probably going to be fine, and she probably wouldn't go out of her way to exploit him.
Assuming that she does.
Right, but if that's the scenario, she's never been exploited or abused or anything by a man, she's probably not going to look to do that to a man.
I know, but I need you to engage in the hypothetical. I understand that it's unlikely to
happen. Hypotheticals are too idiotic to engage in.
Well, no, they're not idiotic. That's how you test the other person's opinions. There's no way I
But
can
my
test.
opinion, I already told you I'm indifferent. I'm
Right,
indifferent.
and I'm going to push back on that, and I want to see where exactly you draw the line and why. And the only way I can do that is if you engage in the words that are coming out of my mouth. It's not a trick question. It's not a get you
No,
question.
I know what you're doing. It's just I'm consciously choosing not to engage because I feel like I already said if there's a cause and effect relationship, and to that extent, I'm indifferent.
I
So
understand. So
they're
your
free to
argument,
do,
your,
I don't really care.
your argument is that it's more or less okay, or at least it's not that bad because the guy probably fucked her over, right? So, okay, I want to isolate for that factor. Assuming that the guy never fucked over the girl, assuming that girl has never been fucked over, at that point, would your reaction, would your moral outrage be different or not? I don't know. The only way I can find out is if you engage in this.
Morally speaking, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
at that point, you would condemn that behavior because that girl has never been fucked over.
I would condemn it no matter what, because again, I don't believe I don't believe that you should go out of your way to exploit anyone or anything. And I feel like I've said that already. But the cause and effect relationship, if women feel like, or women in groups of women feel like they're being exploited and abused by men, and they're responding to it, that to me, like, I'm indifferent to it because it makes sense. But if somebody's just going out of their way to be a terrible person, yeah, I have that's a problem.
Well, how do you reconcile the fact that you say I would condemn it either way, and the same sentence you say I'm indifferent to it? Like those are contradictory things. I can't say that I can't make a statement and say I am not attracted to black girls, and then the next statement says my ideal celebrity crush is like Holly Berry or something like that. Like they're contradictory ideas.
You could say that, but again, because for me there are always caveats. Like the life is like things are not always black and white. There are gray areas, and that gray area is in this scenario is the caveat, and the caveat is the cause and effect relationship. So I don't think that men should exploit women, and historically they have, and I don't think that women, especially now, because women are in a position where they are able to economically, academically compete. Where they're able to, they're really able to politically and economically mobilize. Women don't need men. They're not at the mercy of men the way that they used to be. So yeah, I don't agree with it.
Okay, let me redirect like this. Why do you think, how do you think men exploit women?
Well, when men are saying, you can't you can't be on social media, you can't post these types of pictures. They don't like, whenever there is a power imbalance, I feel like that is when you open the floodgates for exploitation. And I think that there's always been a power imbalance between men and women, because historically and for a very long time, up until more recently, where women just didn't have access to the same things that men have had access to. Women couldn't go to school, they couldn't vote. They have been at the mercy of men for a very long time. And that could be, sort of socialized into men. So they might see women, they might still see women that way, even though women are not operating that way, even though women are graduating at higher rates, even though, more women, sometimes they're making more money than these men. But yeah,
Okay, I have a question. How is telling a girl that she can't post social media exploitation? That just seems like controlling behavior. But
and controlling and exploitation, to me, they're cousins, right? Because you can't exploit without power. Is my line of thinking.
Can you define exploitation for me? I want to see if we're operating on the same definition.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go with
But just go off the top of your head, like don't Google it.
No. I want to make sure that we're okay. Make full use of and derive benefit from. Use a situation or a person in an unfair or selfish way. So we're on the same page.
Yeah, the action or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work. That's the definition I'm operating on. So, for example, if I'm a boss and I tell my employee that he has to skip his like son's graduation party, otherwise he will get fired, and he has no choice. Like I'm exploiting that person, or I'm paying them dog shit wages. That's exploiting. Or for example, if I have a girlfriend and I force her to get on OnlyFans, and so I can take 50% of her profits, that's exploitation, right? I don't see how like just being really controlling. I agree with you. Controlling is not a good thing, right? I'm certainly not controlling with my girlfriend, but I don't see how that's exploitation. Like what's the exploitation that's going on when you're telling your girlfriend that, hey, I don't feel comfortable with you being on OnlyFans or whatever on Instagram?
Okay, well, first of all, don't use OnlyFans and Instagram like they're interchangeable. I'm talking about like social media.
Okay, scratch OnlyFans, just Instagram them.
Okay, so again, you cannot exploit unless there is an element of power. And if you're talking about someone who says, hey, I don't want you on social media, they probably, like, let's be realistic, they're probably not stopping there. They're probably not saying, hey, you can be on social media, but you can't go out with your girlfriends. Like they're probably not, there are other things that they are going to probably impose or superimpose onto the women in that relationship. It's the same line of thinking. I don't want you on Instagram because other men are going to see you. I don't want you going out because other men are going to see you.
Right. And at that point, the woman who's an adult can make a decision whether she wants to stay in that relationship or not. Now, if she was a friend of mine, I would advise her to leave that relationship, because that seems like the guy's like really fucking possessive and controlling. But she's like having your own whatever things, preferences, standards. I don't think is exploitative. The woman is free. She's not, unless she's like your fucking, like bride that she was forced to marry you. Assuming we're talking about in America where that's not the case. At that point, if she's not happy, she can leave that relationship. So I don't see the exploitation in that example you gave at all.
Right, because you're sort of rigidly, like the lens that you're looking through the example is very rigid, and I would say it's very I don't want to use that word because it might not be a nice word.
Use it. It's okay. I won't get offended.
It's very
let it out.
No, I don't. No, it's okay. So anyways, you don't think it's exploitative, and I'm saying it's exploitative because it's like there's a power element to it. So power imbalance, we could both agree that would be, we could characterize that as something that's unfair, right?
No, not necessarily. For example, I have a business, right? And there's a massive power imbalance between the people who work for me. But I would say there's definitely nothing unfair. They get treated really, really well. But there's a massive, massive power imbalance between me and my tech guy, or me and my marketing guy.
Okay, so let me give you another example. Let's like YouTube. Let's look in the real world, in a corporate space, or okay, in like working a 9 to 5. Men who have a lot of power, if they're sexually harassing or superimposing or doing something to women and they're in a position of power, we can agree that power imbalance creates inequities, and it creates a very unstable and unfair type of environment.
Yeah, right? If they're abusing their power to sexually harass people below them, then yeah, we would agree. Sure.
Right. So that's how I would see men who are controlling, because it's the same line of reasoning. You like, in a lot of cases, are they giving ultimatums? Like, are they saying, hey, if you're going to stay on Instagram, we're not going to be together?
Well, I don't know, because it was a hypothetical, but I don't see how there's a power, like the example you gave where it's like I'm the boss and I harass my secretary. You're right. There's a clear power imbalance. In addition to the power imbalance, I'm also acting on that power imbalance to exploit the girl. So that would be a clear example of exploitation. But if I'm in a relationship with a girl, and assuming she wasn't like forced to date me, which is not going to happen in America, and I'm like, hey, I don't feel comfortable you being on Instagram, I don't see what is the power imbalance there. She's free to leave. I don't have more power than her. We have assumingly equal power, unless, of course, like, again, like she was forced into that relationship.
Right, but so when I'm giving the example of no, like you can't be on social media, it's also you can't be on social media. You can't go out. You can't wear this. You can't wear that. You can't associate with him. You can't see like you can't do like there are other variables that I'm accounting for that are leading me to the sort of leading me to that logical conclusion of okay, there's a power imbalance, or there's a level of abuse, or there's a level of control, and all of these things are sort of intrinsically linked to exploitation. I guess, but if you're just talking, just oh, I don't want you to have an Instagram. Just that example, yeah, I guess that it wouldn't be, but
Okay.
that's not where my example was coming from because I was specifically talking about red pill talking points and like the black manosphere things that they talk about. So yeah.
Okay, so you're okay. I understand. So you're not saying that the act of telling your girlfriend that she can't be on Instagram is exploitive in of itself. It's the fact that it's typically combined with other behaviors, which you're probably right about. That's okay. So what are the behaviors then that's tied into that where exploitation begins to happen?
Like everything that I described. You like not having issues with her friend group, not wanting her to go out, policing what she wears, how she dresses. Um, that to me, that's a level of control that is very problematic.
Sure, I agree with you. That is a level of control that's very problematic. We're in agreement on that. The question, the disagreement is it exploitative, right? So by what you said is like, okay, just telling your girlfriend she can't be on Instagram is not exploitative in of itself, but then when it's combined with these other things, then it becomes exploitative. So my follow-up question is, what's the difference between telling your girlfriend she can't be on Instagram and telling your girlfriend that she can't go out with that group of friends? What's the difference? Because one of them is exploitative and one of them is not exploitative.
Well, because one, like again, we're describing not just one behavior, not just one controlling behavior. We're describing many controlling behaviors that lead to those types of behaviors are all elements of abuse. Number one, and abuse and exploitation again intrinsically linked. So that's kind of that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like um you're trying to give like isolated examples of something, I guess to prove a point, but I'm talking about more a personality or a worldview or a host of behaviors, right? It's like you can't have just one, and then it's going to be exploitative. In order for that exploitative element to exist, you have to have all of those behaviors. They all have to be like existing and living together.
Okay, do you agree there needs to be a power imbalance for there to be exploitation?
There needs to be a power imbalance in order for there to be exploitation. Yes.
Okay. Why in that example where the guy's telling her, I don't want you doing this, I don't want you doing that. What is the power imbalance? Is she not free to leave?
That's not the way that's not really the way that it works. Like she's obviously free to leave. She has the freedom to do whatever she wants to do. But it's the idea that he is in a position to say that to her and to impose that on her. That's the imbalance.
But isn't the girl in the same position to impose? Can't a girl be like, I'm not having sex with you until you lose 30 pounds? I'm not going to give you whatever. I'm not going to cuddle with you until you start making six figures. Isn't the girl in the same exact position to
I'm
make
saying, like,
that?
we're not, you're having this conversation very intellectually dishonest because you're acting like globally and historically there is not a power. There is like you're acting like men are not at the top of the social, political, and economic hierarchy. Like this is just a political, social, and economic reality. Like there is a reason that in the workplace, like I don't understand. I'm like I don't understand. Are you
Well,
saying? Are you saying?
Let me specify. I'm referring to the United States in 2022. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to Saudi Arabia. I'm not referring to like fucking United Arab Emirates. I'm talking to the US and other first world countries in 2022, not 1950.
You don't think that men have more power than women in 2022 still?
In a relationship?
No, generally speaking. That generally speaking, if they have more relationships socially, politically, and economically, that is going to translate in any relationship that they're in because they're men. What do you mean?
No, I do not think that at this point in time in our country, men have more power than women. Absolutely not. But again.
Okay, so Roe v. Wade. What do you think that was an example of? Was it an example of women having power or men having power?
I think that was an example of a bunch of pro-life people who think that abortion is murder.
Were they mostly men or were they mostly women?
They were mostly men, but again, like that's
it.
But that's like making the claim that like, oh, who do you see in that protest? Well, it was mostly women.
You're being
therefore women are troublemakers.
I can't have a conversation with someone who's going to be dishonest. Like I can't do it.
I am extremely honest and straightforward.
Well, if this is your honesty and this is your worldview, I need you to like change the lens with which you see things, because that is a very clear example of men having more power and imposing that power. Like the idea that I'm even having this argument is like
I have no idea why you're getting so flustered. I've been extremely charitable to you. I've never seen someone get this flustered.
I thought we were going to have this conversation. I guess my expectations are probably I shouldn't have had the expectations that I had. Maybe that's my.
What were your expectations? Let's start with that.
That we were going to have like an intellectually honest conversation, not a rigid, binary, absolute, like extreme hypotheticals. Like I thought we were going to have a real conversation about things that are happening in the real world.
We've literally talked about real world things the whole time. Where specifically do you think I'm being intellectually disgenuine?
When you say that you don't think that men hold more power globally, or no, you said America, in America.
Yeah, that's my position. Am I not allowed to have a different position than you?
You are.
You can sway me with your arguments that I'm wrong.
Well,
I'm not going to say you're intellectually disgenuine because you have a different position than me on race. Like that. That's not fair.
I don't want to talk about race with you, but I would like to know why you don't think that men have more power in the Western contemporary world than women.
Well, I will preface my statement. I certainly think and acknowledge that there's more men in positions of power. However, I don't think there's anything that right now at this point in history in America that prevents a woman from being just as powerful, if not more powerful than the man. I don't think there's any kind of, and you can prove me wrong. Show me some legislation or show me some.
I showed you Wade versus. I gave you that is a perfect example. Women having children, that in and of itself changes the trajectory and course of their life. I don't know.
Why do you think the pro-lifers want to overturn Roe versus Wade?
I think that they're worried about the white population. That would be my guess.
And you don't think it was just like a bunch of people who just thought that getting an abortion means murder?
No.
Like you think that had nothing to do with it?
I think it's politically driven, and I think that it's politically driven under the guise of religion and morality, like most things that are politically
exactly like morality, because they thought that aborting a fetus was murder.
No, I said that it was packaged. It was packaged in morality and religion. I'm saying it was politically driven, and it's there are going to be political benefits for the party that voted for that, the party that wanted it. But really? I think
there's only been political downsides so far that led to the Republicans getting destroyed in the primary. So I haven't seen any positives. I've only seen negatives for Republicans for doing that.
Right, but if we're talking about population growth, that's what I would be thinking about.
Have you talked to a lot of like pro-lifers?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you have a discussion with them and you ask them why were you so in favor? And just to clarify, I'm pro-choice, so I don't think Roe versus Wade should have been overturned. But every single pro-lifer I've talked to, and there's been a lot, always say the same thing. Hey, I just feel like murder, aborting a fetus is murder. So it has to do with their ethics. I have never once heard anyone say, yeah, man, we're trying to keep the population down, or like, yeah, man, we're trying to fuck over women. I think there's like a massive misconception that people on the left have about pro-lifers, but in reality, it's just a bunch of people who have different ethics and think that aborting a fetus is murder.
Okay. If you don't think that that's going to lead to political and socioeconomic changes,
It can, for sure, it will.
no, yeah, it will. And so that's what I'm saying, that all of these things can be true, right? Like two things can be true at the same time. I'm just saying that sometimes things are pushed or packaged, or legislation is passed under the guise of something that's morally right, when really it has more to do with socioeconomics. But I would also like to say that, sorry, when you were talking about power and like men and women having the capacity and being able to employ it are not the same. Like, so when you're saying, oh, I don't believe that men have more power than women because women are capable of doing everything that men are capable of doing. Uh-huh. Those are different arguments. Like, if we're not talking about what a person is capable of. Women, we're seeing what women are capable of now. But again, if we're talking about a society that is like apples to apples, like, women are not going to be able to do the same things that they're doing as women. They're not going to be able to have children, be mothers, get educated, get into these political spaces, get into like high places of political power. Like, you can't do, like, there has to be.
Wait, you're saying they can't or they can?
Sorry, what did you, can or can't?
Yeah, I misheard you. Are you saying they can't or they can do that? They cannot or they can? I just misheard you, so I want to clarify.
I think I said can't. I think. Sorry.
Okay, cannot. Okay. How do you explain Hillary Clinton? How do you explain
her husband?
Okay, how do you explain Elizabeth Warren? How do you explain our current vice president? Like, there's clearly a lot of women in positions of power,
and there's probably men in positions of power next to them or behind them.
Well, I mean, the second most powerful person in the world is a female right now.
Yeah.
So
and yet men are still in control of what women can do with their body.
Okay, I know, but let's move past Roe versus Wade. Like,
of course, let's move past something.
No, we can.
Historically unprecedented.
No, we can discuss it. Annalicia, no. We can absolutely discuss it. The thing is that you and I actually partially agree, because I'm also pro-choice. So we're not disagreeing on whether overturning Roe versus Wade was a good idea. I agree with you. It was a bad idea for a variety of reasons. I spend days debating people on my channel who are pro-life. The only thing we have a disagreement on when it comes to that is I disagree with your what you think the motivation was to overturn Roe versus Wade. You're not the only person that has this perspective. I've heard this perspective on the left. It's just incorrect. It's not based in reality. This idea that overturning Roe versus Wade was this like elaborate power move to like stick it to women and a bunch of bitter men. In reality, it was
that's
just
not what I said. I never said that. I said that it had to do with the decline in the white population.
Right, and I'm saying I think it has close to nothing to do with that. I think it has to do with a bunch of people.
Right, but you have to like substantiate that. You can't just say that's what I think and what you think is wrong unless you're like, you have to prove it.
Okay, well, I can cite some anecdotal evidence.
Anecdotal evidence is not reliable.
You cited anecdotal evidence earlier in the debate.
What anecdotal evidence did I say?
You were saying like, oh, I didn't think I was going to have to prove this. It's just something that I've observed. You cited anecdotal evidence.
Hold on. The idea that I have to prove that humans from the beginning of time and still now, predominantly speaking, mate and date people who look like them, like that groups get people getting groupings and pairings with people who look like them, who share cultural commonalities and social norms. Like I have to prove that. Okay, you know
That,
what? Hold on. I'm gonna send it to you. I'll send it to you. Hold on.
and
Like
the idea that I have to.
I thought that you were. I thought that you were. I thought that you were like patronizing me.
No, I'm legitimately trying to have like a serious or somewhat serious discussion with you.
This isn't serious.
Okay, I mean, let's have like a discussion instead of like a meta discussion. Like, I feel like
Okay.
I've been super duper charitable to you.
No, but you. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna reset. Let's hit the reset button.
All right, let's do it. Hit the reset button.
Okay, done.
All right, cool.
How do I send it to you?
You can post it in the chat or the private chat or Discord, whatever. Ideally in the private chat, but yeah.
Okay. Oh shit. I have to. Okay. Okay. I told you I'm like technologically remedial, so yeah.
Okay.
So I have to do it from my phone and then to my computer and then to you.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. Okay. I have to get something that's like really up to date. Here, let's move.
Okay, I'm gonna actually show you an interesting statistic right now. Let me just pull this up.
Ooh, statistic.
Statistic. Okay, here we go. This is interesting. Actually, I didn't really expect this either myself, but okay, let's pull this up. Gender split not as big as you might think. This is Forbes. Women are slightly more likely to support abortion than men, with Pew finding that 62% of women want abortion to be legal versus 56% of men. 56% of men. So there's actually not a big difference in gender when it comes to supporting Roe versus Wade. It's like 4% or something like that. So yeah, there seems like it's not really a gender thing as much as it is, I guess what you believe when it comes to fetuses being alive or not.
I'm sure. So there's the ideology behind why the morality behind why, men or women, why they think it is aberrant or why they think that it's, a problem. That's one thing. Passing legislation or having the power to pass legislation is another. And that's my point.
Annalicia, yeah, I agree with you that it was a bad idea to overthrow Roe versus Wade. What we disagree on is why it happened. I am telling you that what I believe is the reason that it happened is because there's a lot of pro-life people who think that aborting a fetus is murder. It's not some elaborate power move. And I think the statistic that I pulled up kind of supports that because it shows you there's not really a big difference between genders when it comes to supporting Roe versus Wade. So if your assumption was true, then you would expect to be like 80% women support abortion and only like 25% men. But in reality, it's like literally like right next to each other.
Again, I think that I would like to know who's holding those positions of power in order to write and change legislation.
Okay. Earlier, you made a statement that you don't think a woman can achieve a position of power. Will you walk that statement back, given the examples that I cited of like our vice president, of all the women who are in positions of power? I mean, the CEO of YouTube, the platform we're on, Susan, is a woman. Like, there's clearly a lot of women who are in positions of power. Not as much as men, but there's a lot of women who are at the very top. So I don't know how you can say that women cannot achieve positions of power.
So again, you're in your example, you're saying, hey, there are some women, there are 10 of them who are in these great positions of power, and then there's like 200 that are men, typically white men, that are in position of power, and you want me to concede that what I'm saying is incorrect?
No, I want you to walk back your statement when you said that women cannot achieve positions of power. Not that you didn't say women typically are unlikely to achieve positions of power. You said women cannot achieve positions of power.
I think that women have to choose. Women have to make choices. Women, if you want to be politically driven and you want to dedicate your life to politics, to economics, to dedicate your life to power, you can't also dedicate your life to a family.
Sure, trade-off needs to be happened. I mean, you cannot, if you want to be like the president of the United States, you can't like fucking, fuck around. Yeah, trade-offs need to be made. But so you will agree that women can actually achieve positions of power. They just have to make sacrifices.
I don't think, no, I don't agree. I don't think it's that simple. I think that, yeah, no, I don't think that, because if you're going to see like we're there, I don't know if it's just North America, like we're seeing a dip in the population now. And if that continues, like if okay, I'm trying to think how I can, how I could explain this. 1 second.
Okay.
Damn it. Hold on. I'm trying to also find that study.
Well, focus one thing at a time. Focus on how you're going to explain that.
Hold on. Wait, do you know, so the percentage that you gave me, that was the percentage of women that voted in the Roe versus Wade?
This was a survey that was done when they asked people whether they're pro-choice or pro-life. Yeah.
How many women voted?
Well, it was a Supreme Court decision, so no woman, no man voted. Are you asking me how many people on the Supreme Court? I believe there's 4 women on the Supreme Court right now.
So, but like when it comes to actually getting that law passed.
Well, again, that law, this was a Supreme Court decision. The average person had no say in the matter. Man, woman, doesn't matter.
Well, that's why, but
Court decision.
So that's why, like, I don't know why we would even bring like the numbers of women who are for or who are against. None of those things. The only thing that matters is who is in the seat of power and who ultimately makes the decision. And we can both agree that it was a man. Like,
well, no, the Supreme Court is men.
We can say it was men. Fine, sure, men.
Well, again, no, there is currently, let me see how many. Okay, so there are 4. So there's 9 justices and 4 of them are female. So there's slightly more men than women. But as far as I understand, it wasn't just men that voted to overturn it. There was also some women. So I think it had a lot more to do with politics than it had to do with like a gender thing. But yeah, like there's slightly less women in a position of power.
Oh my God, that's my point. It had everything to do with politics. It had nothing to do with religion. It had nothing to do with morals and ethics. That my original point was it had everything to do with politics. Just like the outcome is going to be extremely politically inclined. That's what I said.
Okay, I want to like move off the Roe versus Wade because we're just kind of going circles here. Let's go back to the thing you said you were going to tell me. You were going to think about and give me the answer. So I believe the question was what. Whether
or not women. Yeah. No, I think that patriarchy is alive and well, and to the extent that it is, women are not going to get into the positions of power that they need to get into, So no, I do not
Okay,
know.
so how do you account for Camilla Harris? How do you account for the CEO of YouTube? How do you account?
Exceptions don't make the rule. The rule makes the rule. That's how I account for that.
But you're saying women cannot do it. That implies an absolute. Are you saying women are less likely to do it? There's a difference between saying.
Okay. So what I'm saying that women, it's kind of like I don't want to say affirmative action, but just because a woman is in a, or I think I gave this example, just because like on a plantation you had the slave owners, you had the slaves, and you had the overseers. So overseers were in a position of power, but they also were still very much so powerless. Overall, that they were still at the mercy of the slave owner. They still did not have any power. So when we're talking about like minorities or kind of abysmal numbers of women who are in positions of power, to me, it's like saying, hey, you know, they've opened the doors for some of these spaces. They've kind of, you know, they've allowed women to they've allowed some women to sit at the table. But is that going to happen to the extent that women are going to superimpose or women are going to supersede men in these positions of power? Not as long as patriarchy is live and well. No. So yeah, women can get to positions of power.
Okay.
Can they supersede men in positions of power? No.
Okay, so that is different than your initial statement. So now you're saying that women can get into positions of power; they're just unlikely to achieve a majority. That's very different than saying women cannot achieve positions of power. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I understand what you're saying, but in this context, being able to do that for me is power. For women to be able to do something in droves, or for women to be a part of these, or to be in these spaces, not in these like really small marginal numbers, but in larger, more majority numbers, to me that would be an example of power.
Okay, so what specific law or patriarchal institution is keeping more women from achieving positions of power?
So you think that you need laws to subjugate people or oppress people? Or you think that you need laws to restrict people?
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. Usually it's with the support of the government. Like I want to hear specific examples of how women are being oppressed in America today.
You don't need a law to oppress anyone. First of all, first of all, I'm not using the word oppressed. I'll use the word restrict or subjugate.
Okay, let's work with restrict. So, what are some specific ways that women are being restricted in America in 2022?
So, I think that some ways that women are being restricted. I'm going to go back to Roe versus Wade.
Okay, aside from Roe versus Wade,
I think that I think that that's such a. I don't need. I think that is so big and like historic that I don't need anything else, to be honest.
Well, no, I definitely think you need an example. For example, if I'm saying, hey, as a white content creator, I'm being discriminated against on YouTube, and someone's like, okay, Alex, well, can you give an example of that? I'm like, no, then that's not a very convincing argument.
No, but I already gave you one. You just want more.
Right. I'm saying in addition to Roe versus Wade, because Roe versus Wade was very complicated, in addition to Roe versus Wade, and Roe versus Wade was also very recent. So let's go back 5 years then, before Roe versus Wade was overturned. I'm sure you would say that 5 years ago, there was still oppression on women. So what are some specific examples of that?
Well, the wage gap would be an example. Men still make more on the dollar, right?
No, the wage gap myth has been thoroughly debunked, and I can show you massive evidence of that. But yeah,
go ahead. You go ahead.
You want to see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sure, no problem.
And I just want to know the source.
Yeah, this is time.com. I'm going to share my screen.
Time? That's not a source. Time magazine?
Yeah, Time magazine.
That's not a source. That's not a
It's-
reputable peer-reviewed
one of the most like reputable newspapers ever.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a newspaper. It's an article.
okay, so what? Just tell me what specifically you want to see, and I will solve
I
it for
would
you.
like for it to be peer-reviewed.
Okay, well here is actually they have they cite the sources. So okay, so this is not a problem. Let me pull this up 1 second. Mm. Yeah, let me just pull this up, and then we'll get into more specific sources. But this is super legit. Okay, let me show you this. Myth number 5: women earn 77 cents for every dollar man earns for doing the same work. No matter how many times the wage gap claim is decisively refuted by economists, it always comes back. The bottom line, the 23-cent gender pay gap is simply the difference between average earnings of all men and women working full time. It does not account for differences in occupations, position, educations, job tenure, hours worked per week. When such relevant factors are considered, the wage gap narrows to the point of vanishing. Right, so we can click on economics. Oh, that doesn't take me anywhere. But yeah, this is like, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, I can like show you. I could like try to find the studies, but yeah, this is basically like well established evidence.
So it exists, but there are reasons for it. In other words,
No, it's a disgenuine statistic. So they're taking the aggregate of all the wage earnings of men and women, and they're looking at it that way. But you have to account for people working the same positions, people working the same hours. It just happens to be a fact that men tend to gravitate more towards fields that pay more, like fields where there's more high risk, more like type of STEM type of fields like engineering. Women tend to, on average, gravitate towards things like HR and stuff like that. Or marketing that don't pay quite as much. So when you account for that, when you take a look at a man and a woman working the same job with the same level of experience, there's no wage gap, right?
okay. So I don't know what article that someone said it, and I like what I would just go to the Census Bureau. That's a reputable source.
Yeah, Time is also reputable. We can
No,
pull up.
wait. Oh my God. Okay.
Do you think Forbes is reputable?
I think that the Census Bureau is reputable, and I think that their ability to track data is probably more reliable.
Yeah, I like you can like really go down the rabbit hole and research this.
It's not a rabbit hole. It's just one place, Census Bureau. But I think we should move on from this conversation. I'm not going to concede. We're going to have to agree to disagree. I gave you an example. You want more. You're not getting more.
Why?
Because I feel like that's an encapsulation of pretty much everything that I'm talking about.
But if it turns out, okay, let's just try to be agnostic on this.
Like these hypotheticals, oh God, help me.
I have never seen someone struggle this much during a very pleasant debate. Okay, once again.
You're pleasant. It's pleasant, but the hypotheticals are like so cringe.
Okay, you're like fairly. I've seen you do a lot of debates. You understand the point of a hypothetical. You've been asked hypotheticals before. That is how you take.
But there's a hypothetical that's more rooted and reality based, and then there's Alex's, which are so hyperbolic and extreme that there's only one way to answer it, and it's a way that you're strong-manning my like. I know what you're doing, but I'm just saying when people have to use extreme examples, it probably means that because that's the only way that they can.
Okay. Which one of my hypotheticals has been extreme?
Oh my God. I think the 300 pounds, that was extreme.
That was extreme, really. It's extreme to ask you if you would date a 300-pound guy.
I mean, like 300 pounds is that weight is extreme. You could have said like 250, 260.
Okay, we're squabbling over 40 pounds. Okay, I'll rephrase.
Just even the way that you frame the hypotheticals, like you ask me these extreme hypotheticals after we've already kind of like, and then we continue to go in circles because it's.
Well, we're going in circles because you're not really engaging a lot of the stuff I'm saying.
I'm trying to, but I gave you my example. I said Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
We can move on.
I'm not going to ask you a hypothetical. I'm just going to.
Thank
God. Okay. Aside from Roe versus Wade, right? Assuming that what I'm saying is true, and I promise you it is, about the wage gap being a myth, what are some other examples of women being, discriminated against or, not able to achieve power?
So when we're so I think that it's important to to contextualize things when we're having these conversations. Okay. So when we're having conversations about power or access, I think it's probably important that we should look at, or at least understand, like attitudes towards women, like cultural, social, and kind of political ideologies around women. And if we look at that and we're realistic about it, we can clearly see that in most of those cases, socially, politically, economically, women are viewed, obviously, I would say by men. Those attitudes are a manifestation of patriarchy, right? Like thinking that women are like inferior, or thinking that women are not as politically astute or socioeconomically capable. Like having these attitudes around women is rooted in patriarchy. And so you don't need to pass a law for that to be problematic. You don't have to pass a law for that to permeate in the workplace, in someone's home, at school, in any institution. Those ideologies, those worldviews, those attitudes are going to permeate, and they're going to manifest themselves into our day-to-day lives. You don't need to pass a law in order for that for those things to be true.
What percentage of men do you think that women are inferior?
If I had to quantify it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, this is another like extreme. I think that
it's not extreme. I just want to figure where you stand. Do you think it's the majority of men? Do you think?
I think that although things have progressed to a really, we're doing better as a society than we were before. But I think as a general matter, I think that men still. I think that men still hold very misogyn. I think that there was actually a study. Oh fuck, I can't remember it. And it was peer reviewed. I think that most men still hold misogynistic views of women. I would say majority. I would say 51%.
Okay, you think 51% of men think women are inferior to them?
Yes. I would misogynistic.
Let's focus on inferiority.
No, let's not. Let's nuance the conversation a little bit. I think that most men hold misogynistic views about women. I think that misogyny, misogyny, there are elements of inferiority probably in misogyny. Yeah.
What kind of specific misogynistic view do you think most men hold?
What misogynistic view do I think that most men hold?
Mm-hmm.
They hold it. Are they going to vocalize it? Definitely not. I think that most men think that women should listen to men, that men are more logical, that men are, you know, smarter in a lot of ways, that men are that women are histrionic and emotional. I think that all of those things are rooted in patriarchy, and also those are a lot of views that misogynistic men who are very patriarchal. Yeah, I think that those are some of the views, attitudes that they would have towards women.
Okay, do you think something is misogynistic if it's true? Like, for example, if I say on average women are a lot physically weaker than men, would that be misogynistic?
No, but
Okay.
I'm not. But again, that's not what I'm talking about, right? I think that for a long time it's been like men have sort of parroted this whole like men are logical thinkers and they have logical brains, whereas women are emotional, and like those things have been debunked, right? Like now, like men are not more logical because they're men, and also men are not more logical. I would venture to say like there that's been debunked as well, but men
Has it?
still.
What what are your sources for that? Because as far as I understand, this has been pretty thoroughly proven that men, on average, are more logical than women.
Okay. Okay.
Like, I'm just curious, like, where you is this from anecdotal? Is this a study you saw? Like, what are you basing this on?
It was a study out of um,
Uh-huh.
hold on. It was so it's actually it was a neuroscience. I think it was a neuro a science, like a science daily study. Um, so while they revealed that our men and women, their brains are different, um, that didn't associate those differences with men being more rational or logical than women. And that was um,
Okay. Do you think that men's brains are wired in some ways different than women's brains?
yeah, they are, of course they are.
Okay. Cool. We can agree on
Oh,
that.
so there's one from Stanford University, one study from Stanford, and then
Can,
there
can you
was
can you link me, please? Can you post the
yeah,
link?
yeah, I'm gonna, and then there was there's Northwestern Medicine.
Okay. Let's take a look.
Okay. Shit, hold on.
Yeah, you can just actually post it in the chat. There's a private chat or there's a public chat, whichever one.
Do you want me to post it in the public chat where everybody could see?
Totally up to you.
Okay.
Because every piece of study I've ever seen suggests that men, typically the part of the brain that's associated with like logic and stuff like that, is on average more active in men. So I want to see the study that you're referencing.
But so active, that nature and nurture. Did you account for that?
Your brain is not going to change as a result of nurture.
Yeah, your brain absolutely physically changes because of your environment. It absolutely does.
You believe that your brain will literally transform on an
You
MRI?
do you understand how trauma works? That trauma changes the wiring and the structuring of your brain?
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, let's just take a look at your study.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I don't know what this is. Okay, actually, I'm gonna send you a study. I'm gonna send it in Discord. That's like the easiest way for me to do it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just pull it up on mine.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Okay.
So also when we're talking about like more logical or less emotional, we probably should account for like societal attitudes or like social conditioning. Obviously it's been more socially acceptable for women to be emotional or for them to at least be able to express and emote themselves, whereas men, it's been sort of frowned upon and less acceptable, and so men have as a result become more muted emotionally. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are less emotional, but yeah.
Okay. If you're a woman, the odds are you've heard the word emotional thrown around. Yeah, man responds similar often instead of presenting a good take. Well, about it. A recent study from Scientific Reports looked at sex, ovarian hormones influence on volatility, motion, inertia, and cyclicity for 75 days. The team followed 142 women and women to observe the regular emotions. One group found that blah blah. In the study's end, researchers found that male participants' emotions fluctuate as much as women's did. In addition, women taking oral contraceptives. The results represent a significant departure from how expressions are typically viewed between genders, traditional and rigid, because the patriarchy portrays men as superior to women, says Dr. Catherine. Portraying women McKinsey. I want to find like the actual source of this study. Recent study from Scientific Reports, but it says a recent study. If the study is true, it would suggest that men and women's emotions fluctuate as much. But the discussion is at hand is, are men more logical than women? So if I'm just being charitable and I'm just assuming that this is true, it still really has nothing to do with who's more logical. I could potentially believe that men tend to be, have as much emotional swings as women. Yeah, I could see that. But are women, are men more logical than women? Well, yeah, we have like some pretty clear. So if I like share a different screen, 1 second.
Yeah. Well, logical.
So if we look at this, okay. A recent release study, blah, 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 showed that male and female brains are clearly different. A huge study over 600,000 people shows that men tend to be more analytical and systematic, while women tend to be more emotional and empathetic, thus providing clear evidence for controversial theories about the difference between male and female brains. So yeah, they interviewed University of Cambridge and 600,000 people. That's like pretty impressive. So yeah, I guess here's the source. But yeah, I mean, I think like
Here, hold on. I'm gonna send you another one. Hold on. I have another one.
Okay.
I think. Sorry, this one talks about logic, but they also talk about why they sort of account for the variables as to why that might be.
Okay. Let me email it to myself.
Yeah.
Okay. While I pull this up, how would you account for the fact that, for example, when we look at chess grandmasters, like 99.9% of them are men?
Sorry?
Okay. While I pull this up, my question would be, how would you account for the fact that when we look at like chess grandmasters, like 99% of them are men?
Well, there's always been inequity in different like math, science, like STEM, all of those things have always been historically very, very much dominated by men. Again, a lot of that has to do with the attitudes towards women and women's capability. But in terms of ability, I think the study I just sent you, it talks about the fact that women have the same abilities, but are socialized. And because of some of these attitudes, they're socialized and sort of deterred from getting into STEM at the same rates that men are, or for playing chess at the same rates or amounts that men do.
Yeah, sure. There's always social biological factors. So you would say that there's no biological factors for why women are not nearly as good at chess as men. You think it's all social?
I don't know anything about chess, but in terms of STEM, there's no cognitive or biological there's a difference. No. I don't know
Yeah.
anything about chess, to be honest, but in terms of STEM, um, no. I think that a lot of that has to do with socialization, nature versus nurture. It's not biologically rooted, and I think that I think what we're going to see is more women who have access to these fields, to these purviews. Um, the more a woman has access to something, the more she's going to tap into it. That's what we've been seeing throughout history, right? Like women are like they have the ability to vote, so they're voting more, they're going to school more, they're getting educated more. But are the attitudes around women and education and STEM, like, are they changing necessarily? I don't think so, but
You don't think if like you're a woman, you're applying for engineering, you have a, or let me rephrase it. You think if you're like a woman, you're applying to be an engineer to work for Boeing or one of those companies, you have an advantage over a man because of the diversity quotas that a lot of companies have?
no.
Really? Okay.
You
That's
think
interesting.
you think that they have an advantage because they're women?
Yeah, in a lot of companies for sure. They want to be seen as being more diverse. So if all factors are being equal, there's a man and a woman, equal qualifications, equal education. A lot of companies will be more likely to pick the woman. Yeah, because that looks better. It looks better for Boeing if 40% of the people who work there are women instead of 5%.
Is there like, we know that that's not the case, so I'm not even going to ask you to pull up a study because you couldn't find a study to substantiate what you're saying. But
No, I did pull up a study. I showed you one. I'm looking at this, and I don't actually see a study. I just see an article, but I'm having a hard time finding the source. It's just like saying, "Well, we know this," but it's not linking the source. Like 2005 report, but I can't see the report. Uh, so this is just like an article. But I don't.
you have been pulling up articles, like, anyways.
No, that's not true. The
But
last, yeah,
no, the first thing that you were talking about was an article. But I don't know.
okay.
We're
We,
not going to agree. I think that
we
more
don't we
there
don't
are
have to.
there are more men in these fields. There are more men in these, I guess, these disciplines, obviously. Um, but do I think that, like, all things considered equal, do I think that they're more likely to hire a woman because of the optics? No, I don't.
Okay, let me ask the question like this. Do you think women are as likely to enter high risk fields like construction or like stuff that is physically dangerous as men?
Do I think that they're more likely to enter
No,
these
as
fields?
likely. Like, do you think there's an equal likelihood that women will enter these like dangerous career path as men?
No. Well, we kind of already established that men are physically stronger than women, right? So where physical strength is the primary requirement for any job or position, I don't think that women would be lining up for that job. No.
Okay, what about a field where physical strength is not important and it's just purely like it's just a risky ass fucking job?
Like what?
Um, we can say something like, mm, like being like, okay, here's one, like being a painter, painting like skyscrapers. Like you don't really need physical strength for that. Everything you just have to be up really high, and you're just like fucking painting the windows.
Painting windows? Painting windows?
Yeah, like the people who are really high up. You know, when you're in a skyscraper, the people who are really high up and they're painting or they're cleaning or whatever,
Are you talking about people who are cleaning the windows?
but really
Like
high up. Yeah, yeah,
I,
really.
if I don't think that they would want to do that, it's not because of the height element. It's because Who the fuck wants to clean windows for a living?
Exactly. Well, apparently, a lot of men choose to do that.
I mean, whatever makes their boat float.
Right. Okay. Let's do a different one. Aircraft pilots and flight engineers. Do you think a woman is as likely to pursue that field as a man?
So again, is she as likely based on the numbers? Like based on the fields that women are in versus men? Like that's your that's your question?
Okay, you've acknowledged that there's differences in the brain in the brain of a man and a woman. There's clear differences between our brains. One of the big things that men have is testosterone. Testosterone is known to make you more likely to take risks, to pursue things that are potentially dangerous. Women have very very low levels of testosterone, right? Which is why you see women who get on testosterone suddenly they become a lot more like men and they're more likely to take risks.
Right, but I don't think that you need to. I don't think that you need a lot of testosterone to become an engineer. I think that that's STEM, right? And I think that a lot of that has a lot to do with nature versus nurture. A lot of it has to do with socialization. A lot of it has to do with attitudes about women in these spaces when they get in these spaces. I don't think that it's a gender. It's not a gender thing. Like I don't think that that means that they're less likely to like. No, I don't.
So you don't think there's any difference in likelihood between I want to go parallel to it because I understand where you stand on the STEM stuff. So I want to go to something that's kind of parallel, and that's high risk jobs. Do you think again the question is, do you think that women are as likely to pursue risky jobs, assuming that they don't require high level of physical strength?
I mean, like, what do you consider a risky job?
Okay, like one of them is aircraft pilots and flight engineers. Uh, yeah, that's one.
No, I
Uh,
don't.
okay, so you think it will be like purely nurture that's causing the massive discrepancy?
Yes, I think that it's socialization, it's societal norms, cultural norms, and ideologies. Yeah, I don't think that any of that is gendered or has anything to do with gender or has anything to do with any biological differences that exist between men and women. No.
Okay, so how familiar are you with the way testosterone works on the body?
Uh, Moderately.
Okay. I'll just give you a rough summary. So basically, testosterone makes you way more likely to take risks, which is why you hear the saying roid rage. So bodybuilders who do excess testosterone, they get into fights, right? That's because testosterone, again, makes you more predisposed to high risk behaviors, which is why men who have low testosterone, right, they find themselves like kind of hiding at home. And then when they get on testosterone replacement therapy, they can live a normal life. But if you have too much testosterone, right, that makes you like do crazy shit like get into fights with random people and have like little roid rage fits, right? So we know that men have, I don't know, like 100, 500 times more testosterone than women naturally. And we know that testosterone is responsible for risk taking. So, following this logic, why would it be so absurd to think that high risk jobs are going to be more predisposed to people who have much higher levels of testosterone?
So why are these jobs more predisposed, or why are these men or groups of men more predisposed to high risk or to wanting to be in a high risk occupation?
Yeah, why? Well, like we okay, we can agree on the fact that testosterone makes you more predisposed to doing risky things. We know that men have a lot more testosterone than women. So if we're following this logical thought process or logical train, then well, men have more testosterone. Testosterone leads to more high risk jobs. Therefore, men are more likely to work high risk jobs.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, okay, because
Wait,
earlier,
wait. Was I saying no? They're not more likely to work risky jobs. I was saying they're more likely. I'm saying that women are not as likely or as inclined to work physically laborious or physically inclined jobs. That's what I said. But in terms
okay,
of like, in terms of high risk, occupations and stuff like that, yeah, that makes complete sense to me.
Okay, that's fine. Earlier your position was no, like with high risk jobs or physical.
No, I just wanted you to define what a high risk job was, and then you defined it as like cleaning windows, and that to me is not high risk. That's just like, who the fuck wants to do that?
No, I'm just giving you jobs that are like, I was just giving you an example. So, okay, another one is, like I said, aircraft pilots and flight engineers.
That's
That's
STEM, right?
that's what?
That's STEM.
No, that's not STEM. That's something different. Um, Another one is
What discipline would you need to take in school to become any of those things?
you would need to go to flight school.
And but what would you need to take, like, even before that?
I don't know. I'm not a pilot, but I don't think
Science and math. Science and math. Yeah.
yeah, I think the most important part is going to the flight school. I don't really know.
And if flight school, what do you think they're teaching them?
I think they're teaching them how to fly planes.
And you don't think that flying planes is a science? You don't think that it's a scientifically and mathematically driven? Like, what do you think?
No, I think nowadays computers do all that shit for you. All you have to really do is be there in case an emergency pops up. I think actually pilots.
Right, but understanding the emergency and understanding how to react in the emergency has to do with science. That has to do with math. It has to do with understanding, if like understanding height and turbulence and like that's science and math.
Yeah, there's computers on the pilot that do all that for you. You're not really doing any calculation. You're just reacting. So, for example, if there's turbulence, you need to manually take control.
You're talking about what they're doing when they get the job, and I'm talking about what they're doing in school. So I'm talking about learning the theory, understanding the discipline, when they're actually acquiring the education.
Okay, you can make the argument that anything is math driven. You can make the argument that what I do as a YouTuber is math driven because I'm looking at numbers and trying to figure out how to get more views. But this is not like a hard science to be a pilot. Again, this is just one example. I can give you more examples.
I'm not saying it's a hard. That's not
of high risk careers.
I'm not saying it's a hard science. I'm saying that these pilots have to be scientifically and mathematically well versed, is what I'm saying, and that's a part of what's getting into STEM is.
Okay.
And also, and for the record, social work and anything that I've ever done, there's no numbers involved. So thank God for that. Thank God.
Okay. Here's another one that clearly does not require, I think, science. Power linemen, right? So that's another one. I mean, there's a whole bunch.
No, but Alex, like, let's get to the logical conclusion of the point. Like,
the logical.
Don't care about the examples. What is your point ultimately? And then I can tell you whether I disagree or I agree.
That men are more likely to work high risk, physically dangerous jobs. And it seemed like 2 minutes ago you agreed to that.
I did. So that's what I'm saying. You're still, yes, men are more likely to work physically and dangerous jobs. I thought that.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a question about, and this is a little pivot because I'm getting like cognitively bereft, but you do pickup artistry, and I really wanted to know for you what that entails. Like, what does your audience get from what you do, or what are you trying to impart? Like, what are you trying to give them in terms of?
I'm trying to help my audience, a lot of them who have a hard time with girls, how to have the sex and dating life that they want. So whether
do you know why they have a hard time with girls? Is that a part of the process to understand why they have a hard time?
Well, if I'm doing a coaching call, then yeah, it is very important for me to understand the root cause of the issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing my job.
So the root cause is, I guess it would have to do with, like, because the solutions that you gave are part of what you say you do is like self-improvement. And then I asked you what that meant, and you said, you know what, just improving who you are as a person and money and health. And so I think you said social skills.
Yeah, social skills is probably the most important one. But yeah, you can't be socially awkward and expect to get girls.
Get girls to do what with?
Whatever you want, whether it's a hookup, a relationship, or marriage, all of that. You can't do any of that with poor social skills, or at least you're going to have a hard time doing those things with poor social skills.
So you just get them there. Whatever happens after, you're not that's not your purview. You're not like, okay, well, you got the girl, this is how you keep the girl. You're just
No,
like,
I do have content on that, but I don't care whether people use my content to get hookups as long as they're not lying, which I don't advocate, or get relationships or get married. Like that's their choice. I don't like push my like desires on my audience. But yeah, I do have a lot of content about like what to do after you have sex with a girl, how to keep a girl around, how to have a good relationship. Yeah, I have a lot of content like that.
so you it's not so the pickup artistry is also maintenance of relationships.
Sure. Yeah, you could say that.
Could I?
Yeah. I mean, if you go through my channel, you'll see videos where I talk about like, keys to having a good relationship and stuff like that.
What do you think the keys to having a good, or what do you tell your audience and subscribers the key to maintaining and sustaining a good relationship are?
It's going to be fairly boring things. It's going to be having a good sex life, good communication, having strong and clear boundaries, um, resolving resentment before it has a chance to accumulate, um, keeping things exciting, not getting really boring, not getting into like a boring routine. Also, I would say one of the most important things is screening very carefully to find a girl who has similar values as you. But yeah, those things.
That's actually really good. I don't know why you would want to call yourself a pickup artist. I feel like that's so.
Well, I don't call myself a pickup artist. I call myself a sex and dating coach. But if we're talking
Sorry,
about
what dating coach?
sex and dating coach.
Okay.
But if we have to pick a community I'm most aligned with, red pill community, black pill community, I'm probably most aligned with the pickup community in terms of my beliefs.
So the pickup. So why not the dating? Why not like these like dating gurus and?
Well, there's no dating coach community. There's a pickup
There
community.
is. There is a dating coach community.
They're part of the pickup community. I mean, again, I don't want to get into like semantics, but yeah, generally there's the pickup community, red pill community, black pill community, MGTOW community. Yeah. So when people ask me like, yo, can you explain yourself? What beliefs do you hold? I'm like, I'm probably closestly aligned to the pickup community, but I still have some disagreements with them on some things. I agree with the red pill community on, but yeah.
What do you agree with in the red pill space?
What do I agree with the red pill space? I agree with the fact that women in 2022 in America are the gatekeepers when it comes to sex, largely speaking, with the exceptions of like the Leonardo DiCaprio's. I agree that leveling up as a man is a good thing. I disagree with how much they focus on finances. I think the biggest things you should level up on is your fitness, your connections, and your social skills. I think money is good, but not nearly as important as they think it is. But yeah, I mean, there's several things.
Do you think that? Well, first of all, what does that when you say? That's interesting. Why do you? I guess you guys wouldn't talk about like sort of the influx of suicide rates among men or like deaths
Yeah,
and despairs among men.
yeah, sure. I've talked about that.
Do you know what some of the reasons are for that?
I have my theories. I have my theories about that. But I think a big part of it has to do with a lot of guys. I think there's several factors. Okay, I think one of it is just the fact that we eat really shitty diets. We don't go outside. We spend all days on our phone, and that takes like a negative toll on someone's psyche. So I think that's one of it. I think also there's definitely a massive correlation between suicide and school shootings and guys who are unable to attract and meet women.
Sorry, is that an incel? Are you describing an
Yeah,
incel?
yeah. I've never seen a school shooter who was like the popular kid at school and had a girlfriend. It's always like the guy who was like the outcast. So I think there's definitely something to that. I think, I think most men, if they came to girls and they're an incel, they're not gonna like harm other people. They're just gonna like get depressed, masturbate to a lot of porn, and maybe commit suicide. But there's a small percentage of men who become violent when that happens. So yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with their inability to attract the opposite sex. Also, that creates a negative cycle where they spend all day talking and complaining about it to other men who have negative mindsets. You wind up developing a victim mindset. So yeah, I think there's a cascading effect that happens.
So do you talk? So I noticed that you sort of, maybe intentionally, but you omitted the emotional variables that probably go like that probably associated with these suicide rates and stuff like that.
Like
Yeah.
what kind of emotional variables? Give me an example.
Well, a lot of these men are like they're first of all they're lonely, like chronically lonely. And it's not just because they're not having sex, it's because they're not connecting with women, they're not connecting with people. Do you I just want to know for myself, does any of your content talk about ways like the importance of connecting with humans or people, how you can connect with people, why you should be connecting with people and why that's beneficial for your mental, emotional, and social
Sure.
health?
I've talked about that. I think you should have a group of friends. I think it's very detrimental to someone's mental health not to have real friends in real life. But again, in order to connect with a woman, you need to have like somewhat decent social skills. A woman is not going to want to connect with a guy who's like super awkward and creeps her out. So yeah, I do think that like real life human connection is extremely important. But the question is, I think everyone agrees on that. The question is how to get there.
Do you talk about mental health and like the connection that mental health and some of these issues that men are having?
Sure. Yeah, I've had like psychiatrists and therapists on my channel. I've tried to discuss like the negative stigma that exists amongst for men to get therapy. Yeah, I've discussed that.
Well, that's good. So you're not like one of those. So you're good then. Okay, that's good. That's more my lane, like psychology, like social, like that's more my purview. That's probably something I'm more comprehensive and well versed in. But I think for you who has the position that you have, I think that it would really be um, it would be amazing if you could really talk about mental health, um, and kind of like masculinity, like that whole like masculinity and femininity thing. I don't know how much you lean into it, how much you subscribe to it, but masculinity has a lot to do with why men who have mental health challenges are not seeking help. Sorry, like masculinity is sort of masculinity is kind of the catalyst in men who are just who would prefer just to suffer in silence or sometimes shooting up a school or whatever, rather than like talking to a therapist.
Yeah,
So
I think there's a negative stigma that exists for men to do therapy. I've like pushed back on that. I've told stories how I used to go to therapy. But yeah, there's only so much I can do on that front. But yeah, I think that's a shame. Yeah, I think there's a stigma that exists for men to go to therapy. That's like probably the only part of toxic masculinity concept that I agree with is that there's like an idea that it's like not manly to talk about your emotions or get like mental health. So yeah, I think that's like literally the only part of like toxic masculinity that people talk about that I agree with.
yeah, the idea of what it means to be a man is unironically getting in men's way to be like happy, productive, and emotionally and mentally healthy and good men. Like it's ironic, but that is what it is. So that's good that that's what you're teaching. I thought that all you really did was, okay, this is how you get in the lady's pants. This is how you get multiple ladies. This is how you like. I thought that was your shtick. I wasn't positive.
I have many shticks, Annalisa. I do a lot of things on this channel, but yeah, I do give guys advice on how they can get laid. I also give guys advice on how they can be happy. I give guys advice on how they can improve their mental health. Like I've talked about meditation. I've talked about like specific things I've done, like supplementation, uh, diets that I've personally done to improve my own mental well-being. So yeah, I do many things.
A man that wears many hats. That's good. That's good.
I'm glad I got your stamp of approval.
No, I
Uh,
just for my own sake, like for my own, I just wanted to. I wasn't sure, but now that I know that you're not so, you're not like a one trick pony, or you're not just, oh, this is how you get women. And I mean, I'm not going to say it's. There are probably problematic elements to what you do, like in terms of like, oh, how do you get women? But I don't know what your prescriptions are. Like, I don't know how you advise men to get women. I don't know if there's like manipulation. I don't know if there's like,
well, Annalisa, you can't say there's probably many whatever problematic elements without knowing what my prescriptions are. Like that's not a very charitable.
that's true. That's me being extremely pessimistic. But I'm just, if you're in like the pickup art, because I've heard other pickup artists, and that is absolutely their thing. Like they're very like they talk about emotional manipulation and how you get a girl to like how do you manipulate them in order for them to love you and stuff like that. Like very like really messed up things. Like just emotional terrorists, really.
Yeah, there's messed up things. I mean, in the community, pickup artistry in of itself isn't good or bad. It's neutral. It's the same thing as like having a business. But just because you have a business doesn't mean you're a bad person. You can have a business that adds a lot of value to people's lives, or you can have a business that fucks people over, like Enron, right?
Right.
Or you can be somewhere in the middle. Pickup artistry is just like that. You can be have sex with a lot of girls, have great relationships without doing anything that's ethically problematic, or you can do very ethically problematic things, or you can be somewhere in the middle. So by default, pickup artistry is ethically neutral.
By default.
Yeah, it's just the concept of like improving your game is ethically neutral. It just depends how you do it. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's the same thing as business. It's ethically neutral. It just depends on what kind of business you have and what your business practices are.
But when you say like improving your game, what do you like? What do you mean?
You're improving your ability to pick up on social cues, improving your ability to flirt with girls, improving your ability to be grounded and calm and confident in their social situations. I mean, yeah, that sort of thing.
I wish that I don't know why you don't just like give yourself put yourself in your own category. That's what I would do if I were you. Put yourself in your own lane, in your own category, because pickup artist is so, there are so many like negative connotations. And even when you're saying, hey, I'll teach you the game, like that, it seems like a racket. Like it seems like there are, for me, for me, someone who like really values the English lexicon, I'm gonna like when I hear game and pickup, I'm like, yeah, that's
Yeah, I agree with you. The pickup artistry gets a bad rap. I mean, I think literally any community gets a bad rap. We can take like fitness, right? What fitness in itself is a good thing, but it's like, oh, these guys are all on steroids and they're all like frauds. So I think any community has a lot of negative. Can you just hang on a second? I'm just gonna get a drink real quick.
yeah, I agree. I think that balance is the key, people. Balance is the key.
But yeah, like any community, like has like negative associations. I mean, you can take podcasters, you can take like police officers. Like any community has some bad apples.
Yeah.
But it's not like I walk around the streets and people are like, hey, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a pickup artist. Like, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. I would say I'm a sex and dating coach.
Sex and dating. Isn't sex a part of dating?
Yeah.
I don't know. Saying sex and dating, like it's like you're putting emphasis on sex. Why is that?
Because I think sex is extremely important to dating.
Is it more important than like learning the skills to successfully date?
Well, it's like kind of like asking what's more important, the transmission or the engine. They're both really, really important. I don't know one is more important. They're both necessary. You can't have a good relationship with like horrible sex life, and you can't have a good relationship without good communication, right? So they're both like essential. They're both prerequisites.
Okay. Okay. I understand. What's the age group of your subscribers? Do you know what it is generally? Or like
Yeah,
predominantly, is it like younger guys, older guys?
predominantly it's guys 21 to 35, but
$45?
I've had clients ranging in the 40s, 50s. Yeah, I've seen it all.
40s and 50s?
Yeah, for sure. Guys who just got divorced a few years ago, they're
Okay.
having a hard time in the dating marketplace. They need help.
Yeah, that okay, that I understand. So
Yeah,
this is like so you actually, they come to you and you provide, like you actually provide like a service.
yeah, yeah.
So
I
if
help.
I was like, if I was a man coming to you and I said, listen, like I'm just trying to bang, like I'm trying to bag bad bitches, what would you say?
Well, I also coach women, so you wouldn't even necessarily need to be a man. I've coached a few women.
I would not need any help. I promise. I'm good. But if I
Okay.
was a man, let's say, who was struggling, and I said, look, I'm trying to bag these bitches, how can you help me do that?
Okay. Well, first of all, we would have to explore what that person is doing and what their situation is, and are their goals reasonable. So if we got like a bald, fat 50-year-old who's trying to hook up with a bunch of 19-year-olds, I would tell him in a very nice way that his goals might be a little let's just say, too
Unrealistic, delusional? Yeah.
too delusional. Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. But again, I would start. It would be a typically it would be a combination of things. So I would have that guy start working out, go into the gym, put him on a good training protocol. I would hook him up with a professional photographer, have him get really, really good photos. We would recreate his dating app profile, get him on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge, create a good bio for him, walk him through how to text girls, create a process, walk him through what he should do on a date, walk him through what he should do after he hooks up with a girl to keep her around. So yeah, we're just like
Whoa, walk me through that. How do you keep her around?
uh, well, how do you keep a girl around? It comes down to a few things. One is you have to fuck her really well. That increases your chance of seeing her again. Number two is you want to text her that same night so she doesn't feel used. So you would text her like, "Hey, I had a good time with you," or something like that. You don't want to wait too long to send her the text. If you can get her to sleep over or cuddle with her afterwards, that creates more emotional investment. So that would be a big plus. You would also want to ideally meet up with her without too much time passing after the first bang. So you might, hang out with her 3 or 4 days later. You don't want to wait too long. You would avoid becoming needy. You would still like play cool. Yeah, those are the basics.
Okay, that seems really that like okay, that does seem manipulative. That really
Does
does.
it? Which
Yeah.
part?
Doing things so that she will become emotionally attached to you. What if he doesn't want to emotionally attach to her or invest in her in any way? Wouldn't she end up being hurt in the end?
Well, if he doesn't want to, then he's not going to see her again. It's like okay, I may like if I'm doing business consulting, I may not want to work every single day, but if I don't work every single day, my business is not going to grow. If I want to, I'm doing fitness consulting. I may not want to go to the gym 5 days a week and eat a really healthy diet, but if I don't want to do that, I will not put on muscle. So it's like it comes down to what do you want more? Do you want, to keep your homeostasis, or do you want to improve and change? It just comes down to what you value more.
Wow. Um. Okay. I think maybe there's something more nefarious, but
Wait,
I
wait, hold up. What do you think is more nefarious?
I think that like, and I think I've heard you talk about like a woman's nature and stuff
Uh,
like that. And I think that the idea that you're sort of like weaponizing it so that men can get what they want, that is nefarious to me.
well,
And
it's not about the man. It's not about the man getting what he wants. It's about both people getting what they want. I always talk
yeah,
about this.
it's not it couldn't be about both people getting what they want because um, he has he has an operative and he has his own goal in mind, and it might be diametrically opposed to hers, right? So, and you can't really ever know what she's looking for, what she would want.
Well, that's why I believe in having honest discussions about it. But if the woman is looking to have a relationship, the man is looking to have a relationship. and the man does certain things to make the girl feel well, like I'm not talking crazy things. I'm talking about following up with her after sex to make sure she doesn't feel used. I'm talking about cuddling with her in bed. I'm talking about not getting needy. These are all positive things. None of that is
But
manipulative.
what if he is using her? What if that was really like the goal?
Like what is he using her for specifically?
Sex.
So he just wants sex, but he's going to gaslight her into thinking he wants a relationship?
No, I'm saying in the event that he does want sex, you had advised for him to not call her.
No, I would advise him to be transparent up front because there's some girls who want sex too. I would tell them, be like, hey, I'm looking to keep things casual. But yeah, I'm a big believer in just being, transparent about what you want.
Yeah, I can think that.
That's why I've never like had a bad breakup because I'm always really transparent. I'm friends with all my exes, with the exception of one, because I'm super transparent. So yeah, like I think that again, as long as you're transparent, there's nothing wrong with you just wanting casual sex.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't mean to like I don't have a problem with casual sex and hooking up, and as long as it's sort of mutually understood and mutually beneficial. But I also, well, I guess I would want to know, what if I was so the same kind of scenario? Look, I'm trying to get these bitches. Like they don't submit, they don't listen. What if I was also a man who was misogynistic and had like negative attitudes about women? Are your prescriptions the same? Do they deviate? Do they change?
Well, the thing is that being misogynistic is counterintuitive to being really good with girls because that should manifest. So you cannot be like a massive player and also be misogynistic at the same time. Maybe you could in some circumstance, but it's going to be harder. Women, and generally speaking, are not attracted to misogyny, right? And typically, you can't really hide it forever, right? That will manifest. So it's in the guy's best nature, best interest, if he wants to have a really good sex and dating life, to stop being misogynistic.
Do you think that's how misogyny works? Like, all right, stop doing it.
I think misogyny comes from a series of lived experiences. So, for example, you get burned by a girl, you get burned by another girl, you get burned by another girl, and you just start assuming that all women are like that. However, if that person gets a series of positive experiences with women, then he will start to reconsider his assumptions.
You don't think you don't think that there are any cultural, societal, institutional elements in misogyny? Like where there are misogynistic attitudes in those institutions as well.
What institutions?
School could be one of them, just in terms of what men think women are capable of, or
like what specifically? I went to college, I went to high school. Where was the misogyny?
Well, I guess so. For a long time, women have been sort of like excluded in really like male dominated spaces.
Sure, but that was 50 years ago. We're talking about
No,
now.
that wasn't 50 years ago. That was like I'm talking like I'm talking about like STEM spaces, and not 50 years ago, not when women couldn't vote and everything like that. But just you don't think that there are external factors that permeate into people's or into a man's psyche about his ideas about women, about you think that it's just
yes, but not in the way you're thinking it. I don't think there's any kind of institutional external factors. I do think though, with YouTube and Google and all these apps, yeah, like you get into watching some like red pill hating content, like maybe like you watch Fresh and Fit, and that like kind of like exacerbates some existing feelings you're having. So, for example, like let's just say you have a bad breakup, right? And then you type into Google, like, I don't know, like something like, why are girls bitches, right? Like in a moment of like anger. But then the algorithm picks up on that and starts showing you more and more bitter, type of content. I think there's a lot of content creators who do play into that, like Darius M, who just only does like fucking outrage stuff against porn. So yeah, against women. So I do think there is some external factors in terms of content creators. but I don't think it's on an institutional level at all.
You don't think that there are like persistent stereotypes about women, like about women, about their intellectual abilities? Like we talked earlier about men being more logical. You don't think that that's a negative, that's a persistent stereotype that would have negative implications,
Well,
or could contribute to negative ideas about women? And you don't think that that's a cultural and a societal thing? You don't think that that persists in academia or in other spaces?
well, for something to be a stereotype, it must be false. And I truly believe, and again, you can look at the data yourself, that it's actually true that women, on average, tend to be less analytical than men. So it's not a stereotype if it is accurate. But no, I don't think there's, on an institutional level, I don't think there's anything that's like keeping women down. I dated an engineer. She works for Boeing right now. She did not have any struggle getting into a really good engineering school or getting into working for Boeing. In fact, she didn't say this directly, but I got the vibe that she almost was like given a little bit of an advantage, because it's like, oh, we got a woman who's good at engineering. Like, yeah, we got other guys, but like, let's kind of like push up the women. Because again, it's in these companies' best interest to have a very diverse type of, workforce, right? It's not good. It's not a good look for a company to have an engineering department that's 99% men.
Right now, I understand that, but it's still, even if it's in their best interest, it's still like they cap out, right? Like they're not going to hire. It's not going to be like 90% women, 10% men, right?
Well, that would involve massive discrimination against men. I don't think they're going to do
No,
that.
I just mean, I mean, it's not going to be majority women and minority men, is what
I mean. That's pretty unlikely. Yeah, that would be like extreme affirmative action.
I guess you and I are going to have to agree to disagree on that point, because I feel like even, and this is something that I learned in school, that even like even at the institutional level, that teachers and parents, they all have cultural ideas or societal ideas about what young girls, about what their capabilities are or would be in STEM, what their capacity for STEM would be. And those things are socialized into girls at a really young age. And I think that those attitudes, I think that even as young men, I think that young men also would hold those attitudes. But you're saying that no, it's based on, having negative experiences with women. You don't think that there's any negative stereotype, stigma, or like, I guess you don't think, okay.
I don't think there's institutional discrimination against women. Okay,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Do I think there are negative stereotypes that exist against women? Yeah, I'm sure there are some.
No, so my original question was, when it comes to, like, if you're dealing with a client who is inherently misogynistic and you're saying, oh, you got to cut that shit out. And my thing was, okay, do you think it's a matter of stopping? Do you think that misogyny is permeated in our culture or subculture? Do you think that there are societal norms that sort of societal norms or ideologies that also kind of go hand in hand with some misogynistic views? And you said no, right?
Yeah, every time I said no. Yeah, every time I follow the trail of whys, when I ask the person, okay, why do you believe this? Why do you believe that? It always comes down to either one or a series of bad experiences that they had. That's just been literally like the case every single time. It always comes down to, well, this chick burned me. I was like, okay, do you ever think about the fact that maybe this chick was a bitch and it's not all women who are like that? So yeah, that's typically what I've seen. Okay, let me ask the question like this: do you believe in equality of outcomes or equality of opportunities? I can explain if you don't know what that is.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I just want to. Okay. I want your version of everything.
Equality of opportunities means it's like, hey, what we want to make sure is that everyone has the same opportunity to do the things they want. Like, for example, get into STEM. Equality of outcomes goes 3 levels further, and it's like, hey, we actually want to make sure that in STEM it's equal, men, equal women, right? So there's a difference. You cannot have, if you have equality, you have equality of opportunities, you might not have equality of outcomes, right? Because it just happens that men and women gravitate towards different careers. So which one of those do you want?
Alex, why do you think men and women gravitate towards? You don't think socialization and literally what I was talking about? You don't think that drives what men and women's choices are in terms of like education and career paths?
I think there is a nurture effect, but the question is, how substantial is it? I believe that
how substantial is any type of socialization? It is a huge part of our identity. It's a huge part of our experience and the way that we view the world. It's a huge element. It's not something that you can. It can't be omitted. It can't be dismissed. It can't be like it's a big deal.
Well, this is like a debate that's like really predominant academia, nature versus nurture. But I believe when it comes to this, it's largely nature. It's largely difference in biology, and I do think there's some nurture effect. If I had to put a percent on it, I would say like 10 to 20%. But I think it's largely nature that's causing women to gravitate towards different careers than men.
When it comes to extremely physical jobs that require like huge amounts of physicality, yes. When it comes to STEM, when it comes to analytically inclined and analytically rooted careers, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll send you studies. That is nurture. That is socialization. That is stereotypes. That is negative attitudes and perceptions and ideologies about men versus women in society and in those spaces. Or I'll send you the studies after, like once the stream is done. But yeah, no, that's a hard disagree.
What if you found out that there's colleges who actually will give preferential treatment to women, all other factors being equal? We know they do that with race. What if you found out they did that with gender based on for STEM careers? Would that change your opinion?
First of all, you said they do that with race.
They do.
No, I'm not talking about race with you. Would that change my mind? So you're asking me whether or not you're asking me if women are if there's an incentive, if there's an incentive for women to take STEM in school.
I'm asking you if you and I got the same exact SAT score and the same exact GPA, and the college chooses you because you're a woman. If you found out there was some kind of gender preference, would that change your opinion on this topic? Meaning it's easier for women, all other factors being equal, to get into that college than men.
It's not easier for women to get into any STEM space because she's a woman. Because she's a woman, absolutely not. No.
Okay, again, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if that turned out to be true. We can agree to disagree on whether it's true or not. If that turned out to be true, would that change your perspective?
No. I think that it's not easier for women to get in these spaces because they're women.
Okay, I understand that. I'm asking if you found out some new information that you don't currently have that shows that women have an easier time getting into STEM colleges, would that change your perspective on the overall argument?
Definitely not. Like that the path is easier? No.
Really? That would not change your argument? I feel like that's a huge component of it.
Well, do you have evidence?
Well, first I want to see if this would actually make a difference before I even bother looking it up. I want to see, because
if you have evidence, then yeah, that might. And actually, I want to see the evidence first. I think that's fair. I'd like to see the evidence.
Right, but what's the point of going through the evidence if it's not going to change your opinion at all? If it's not going to move the dial?
Well, it could move the needle, and it also, for my own knowledge, it's probably good for me to be equipped. I mean, the more you know, right?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I feel like you're kind of dodging this question. Like, I don't know why you just don't give me like a clear answer to this.
I don't think that women have an easier path to positions or to, like, I don't think that they have an easier path because they're women. So, and I also don't think that it's easier for them to get through these doors when, even like once they do have these degrees or these masters or these doctorates, I don't think it's easier for them to get through the doors.
I understand that is your position. I fully acknowledge that. I'm asking again for the fourth or fifth time, if you were to receive some information that you feel is reliable, that shows that women have an easier time, have preferential treatment, would that kind of change your overall perspective on this? That's what I'm asking you.
No. And the reason that it wouldn't change it is because my argument has never been that women don't have the capacity to do these things. My argument has always been that they're socialized and there are cultural and social attitudes that deter or impede them.
Okay.
I didn't say that it was necessarily systemic, but those attitudes could absolutely have. I mean, those attitudes and stereotypes. I'm sure that they can. I'm sure that you'll see them. You'll see it play out in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a humongous factor. But if we look at this article, women have substantial advantage in STEM faculty hiring, except when competing against more accomplished men. Audits of the tenure track hiring, blah blah blah. To test this, William Sessi, blah blah blah. But like again, if that's not going to move the dial for you, then there's like no point even going through the evidence.
Can you send that to me in the Discord?
Yeah. 1 second.
You can? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just give me a second. I have to like email it to myself. But again, I don't think it matters if that's not going to be a substantial factor for you. I feel like that should be a humongous factor. Like,
no, you have to. Why? What makes it that way? What's making it like? We have to like really critically analyze these things. We can't just like. I understand what you're saying, and I agree to an extent. It's not even that I disagree with everything that you're saying, but the way that my brain works, like analytically speaking, I want to know why. Like I have to go down go through the entire thing to understand what is making the path easier, who's making the path easier.
Well, it's the people who are in positions of power who are doing the hiring. So it's the company policy or it's the hiring managers, but they are, choosing women over men, according to this article in STEM fields.
Okay, I guess I'll look at it later.
Okay. But yeah, again, it doesn't matter if that's not going to really move the dial for you. I feel like it should. I feel like that's a humongous factor. It's not the only factor, but it's a big factor.
I think because again, like I didn't like. Oh my god. My only issue is I'm saying that these things, these attitudes, these negative stereotypes, these social and cultural ideologies about women and how they should be and how they behave and what they're good at or what they're not good at. I'm saying that these things manifest at institutional levels. It manifests in academia. It manifests in the corporate world, in corporate spaces. It manifests everywhere. That was my only point to your point, which was that, misogyny isn't, there are no social elements or external elements or external reasons for a person's misogyny, where I think that I feel like it's like they go hand in hand. I feel like it almost justifies their misogyny in a lot of ways, right? Like it's like if these ideologies, if this is like a universally understood or known ideology about a group of people, I can justify the way that I feel about them if other people also believe or feel that way.
Here's a pretty interesting article. Let me just pull this up real quick.
And I would also like to say that I don't know how many incels you do work with, but psychologically speaking, there have also been studies about incels and and their propensity towards misogyny. Like most incels are inherently misogynistic. Like
Yeah,
that is a part of their that's a part of their pathology.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the mind of an incel to agree disagree. But anyway, a new study released Tuesday found that 84% of about 220 universities offer single gender scholarships, many of them in STEM fields, and it's referring to female only. So I think that's another big factor. If there's way more scholarships for women for STEM than men, that does give women a little bit of an advantage. And this is the LA Times. So yeah, I mean, again, I feel like that should really move the dial a lot. Okay, let me rephrase the question. What kind of evidence would I need to show you for you to change your position on this?
What do you think my position is? I think we should probably clear that up.
Your position is that women have a harder time pursuing STEM, becoming successful in STEM fields.
I also said why, right? I said that it has to do with the attitudes, the stigma, the stereotypes, and the misogyny that's permeated in society and culture.
Sure. But the ultimate, the top of the thing, your main argument is that women have a harder time being successful in STEM. My argument is that women do not have a harder time being successful in STEM. They might even have potentially an easier time being successful in STEM, equal to or easier.
Not, I didn't say that they have a harder time being success. Like once they get there, they're probably good to go because they wouldn't get there otherwise. Sorry?
Getting into STEM.
No, I'm saying that there are cultural and societal impediments or deterrents that keep women from even getting into these disciplines and these fields.
Right. It's harder for women to get into these disciplines than men.
Right. And not that it's because of all the variables that I named. Right.
Okay. And what I'm saying is no, it is not, and I'm showing you data of the contrary. So I'm asking,
how many men? You're not showing me data to the contrary of what I'm saying. The contrary of what I'm saying would be that there are huge numbers of women in STEM. That would counter my point.
Okay, so we're not disagreeing on the fact that STEM is predominantly men.
Then we're fine. And the only thing that I was saying, I was going down the reasons or the list as to reasons why that is.
Yes, that is what we're disagreeing on, the why. You're saying it has to do because of all this like cultural issues or patriarchy. I'm saying it has to do largely with the fact that men and women tend to gravitate towards different career fields.
And I told you they gravitate towards those different fields because they're socialized differently and they're socialized to value different disciplines and different fields differently.
And what I'm saying is that it's largely biology. So my question is, what would I have to do?
Biology, when you're talking about STEM, biology is relegated to physically laborious and physically driven jobs, not STEM. Yeah. STEM is not. It's not there's no biological or cognitive difference.
Yes, men and women have largely different brains, so therefore, men. Again, my argument is that men tend to be, on average, more analytical. So what I'm asking you is, what kind of evidence would I need to present to you for you to come around to my perspective? So, for example, for you to get me to change my perspective, you would have to show me some kind of like really detailed study that suggests there's actually no differences between a man and a woman's brains or something like that. Or that there's like a study showing me that there's massive discrimination.
The differences in our brains don't. Why are you're associating those differences with math and science?
Because I believe that men on average tend to be much more analytical, which will cause them to gravitate towards STEM fields.
No, what causes them to gravitate towards those types of fields is the way that they're socialized and the way that they're raised into believing that they're better at those things anyways. That's you're like literally as you're making your point, you're also proving my point. Men are inclined to go down these paths, these career paths, because at a very young age they're told that they're more logical, they're more scientifically and mathematically inclined, whereas girls are not, and therefore girls are nurturers and emotional, and so they gravitate towards fields and disciplines that are more that are more driven in terms of like humanity or societies. Philanthropy, whatever it is. At the end of the day, those differences don't account for how many men are in STEM versus women.
Okay.
What I'm talking about specifically is, again, and you're talking about what you're talking about, as a matter of fact, is a relatively new reality. As the idea that now that women are incentivized, or that there are that there are different programs for women, or grants and bursary stuff like that. Right. Okay. So 10, 15, 20 years ago, how many women were in STEM? How many, the idea that you have to create these things means that there's inequity, means that there's inequality, means that there's a perception, an ideology, a stereotype. That's what all of that means.
Okay, we agree on the fact that men are more likely to go into STEM than women. There's no disagreement there. What we disagree on is the why.
You think it's biological, and I don't. So, and I'm not going to change my mind. There's absolutely I'll look at the research myself after this on the back end. I'll do all the research and data, and then I'll come back. And if I was wrong, I will bend the knee. I promise.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to get you to change your position live on air. I'm just simply trying to understand what kind of evidence would you need to see for you to reconsider your position or change your position.
And again, I wouldn't need to change my position if we agree.
No, we agree on what's going on. We disagree on the cause. We disagree on the why. So what I'm asking again for the fifth time.
An article that says there are more men in STEM, or no, that men are driven or more inclined to be in STEM jobs because they are more biologically inclined or engineered to. You have to send me that study.
Okay, so you would need to see a study that suggests that men, okay, I think I'm starting to understand. You would need to see a study that suggests that men are more hardwired to get into STEM.
Are biologically inclined, are biologically or mathematically, scientifically, whatever it is, technologically, those inclinations are rooted in biology and not socialization, not you would have to.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I could find that very easily.
Oh, Jesus.
But okay, yeah, just keep talking while I quickly look that up.
I really think that I wonder why don't men ask women for advice when it comes to dating? If they're looking to date women, dude, this is my own curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be advantageous for them to ask women, how can I get close to this girl, or how could I I'm just for my own curiosity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a fair question. Well, first of all, the vast majority of women are not good at giving dating advice because they're not that self-aware, and that's not just a dig at women. Most human beings.
Women,
hang on. Let me finish. You asked me a question. This is not a dig at women. Most people in general are very unself-aware. So I'm not saying women are more likely to be unself-aware than men. I'm just saying most people are self-aware. I think there are women who are great to be asked for dating advice, women who have a high level of self-awareness, but that's not most women. That's not most people. So typically, if you ask the average woman who doesn't have a really high level of self-awareness, she'll tell you things like, oh, just be nice and you'll meet the right girl. I see this dog trade advice every day. And oh, just be nice, just be a nice guy. But in reality, that helps no one. So you need a woman who has a high level of self-awareness who can tell you what she's attracted to. Like what truly turns her on? And that's not that many women.
I would say that the reason men are having so much trouble with women is because they're not self-aware. Like that's literally like.
Can you hear me?
Oh, what is this?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I think that in turn, like I think that women have way more self-awareness than men, generally speaking, and on average, because again, like a lot of self-awareness has a lot to do with introspection. It has a lot to do with understanding your like being emotionally adept and emotionally aware. And men are not. Yeah, that's not really a men's like strong point. This guy said that women are not. That's not all women's. So women just say, "Oh, just be a nice guy." That's it. That's what you think.
There's a lot of women, yeah, that I've interviewed on my podcast where they give like this kind of feel good bullshit advice. So yeah.
But that's all. That's all they say.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch like some of my podcasts, you'll see like where I'm like, okay, so explain to me what a guy has to do to seduce you. And it's just like they think about it for like 30 seconds and they're like, I don't know, just be nice.
No, but like when you say what does a man have to do? If she's not attracted to you, there's nothing you can do to seduce her. So start there. Why don't you start there? That's a reality. If she is not attracted to you, you are not going to be able to seduce her. Number one.
Okay. What do you need to do to be more attractive to girls?
Listen, some people hit the genetic lottery and some people did not. And in that case, for all of the people who are like just really physically unattractive, with no other redeeming quality, like unattractive, shitty personality, just terrible, I think they should throw in that's there's nothing that they can do. But if a man is like, I mean, like if he's like average looking, maybe his sense of style is a little bit like, maybe he's a little whack, or maybe he's like, maybe he doesn't know how to put outfits together, or like that's something you can remedy. Like that's something, but again, even if you put yourself together for a woman that you want, she might not want you if that attraction is not there.
Okay, what do you
attraction, like when two people see each other, they know immediately whether they are attracted to each other or not. Immediately.
Yeah, attraction, but attraction doesn't always lead to dating success. Okay, take a look at this guy. He's my business partner, right? What do you think this guy needed to do, because he's pretty good with women now? What do you think he needed to do to be more successful?
Well, he's unattractive, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I can't really see.
Okay, let's pull up some photos.
Oh, I can see better now. What do I think he needed to do?
Yeah.
In order to be successful with women?
Yeah.
So previously he was unsuccessful?
He was a virgin up until he was 25, 26.
Oh, he must hate women. Oh, he hates us. I mean, what did he need to do to be successful?
Yeah, I think I can find a photo.
How do you know he's successful?
Because I live with him.
Well, you're like, do you define success with women like hooking up, like being able to fuck a lot of women?
Yeah, he's hooked up with like countless number of girls.
And that's success to you?
Yeah, that's a type of success.
Well, I guess you and I measure in terms of like interpersonal relationships, romantic relationships, men and women. I think that you and I measure success differently, because that's not success to me. Is like being in a stable long-term relationship, and that's where you see the most. That's where you see, the happiest and healthiest people actually.
Different strokes for different pokes. Some people prefer to be in relationships. Some people prefer to be, casual. Yeah, I mean, there's
our brains are literally wired to be with people. like to be with other people, to be connected to a person. Like that is literally the way that our brains are wired. But I guess if some people want to go their own way, then sure, whatever they
No, the monogamy gene is present in like less than 10% of humans. So we're not wired. We're socially conditioned to be monogamous, but we're
I'm
not.
not. I'm not talking about monogamy. I'm not. I'm not. I'm talking about our brains wiring to connect with other people, and to be intimate with other people. Not physically. Like sex is obviously an important element. Like I'm not saying that sex doesn't have its place, but I'm talking about intimacy. I'm talking about connection. I'm talking about yeah, like those are the things I'm talking about.
Okay, well, going back to the question. So this guy grew up in like a conservative Indian household, moved to America when he was like 19, 20, barely speaking the language, was super socially awkward, was a virgin, thought he was going to have to get an arranged marriage. What do you think he had to do to become, okay, whether you agree or disagree with my idea of successful, what do you think he had to do to hook up with a lot of girls? What do you think he had to do to get his first ever girlfriend? What do you think he had to do?
Probably disavow his cultural and religious leanings, because a lot of his outcomes have to do with the way that he was raised. I would say almost exclusively him being a virgin, his like the relationships with women or lack thereof, all of those things I think would have more to do with the way he was raised, and his whatever religion he was raised in. So maybe if he disavowed those things, or if he divorced himself from those things, he could potentially find success.
Sure. In addition to that, what are some of the other things he had to do?
Be a good human being.
Okay. He was always a good human being. He never improved himself as a human being. So what else?
But how do you know he was always a good human? How, like, what's your point of reference?
I've met people who knew him for like decades. I mean, yeah, I don't think he substantially changed his character.
So he was always a great person.
He was always a good guy. Yeah.
So what, he was like socially inept?
Yeah, I want to flesh out your idea. So I'm just like trying to figure out what are some other things you think he had to do.
This is the, if I was a dating coach. Okay. So I would say, and his goal is to be successful with women.
Yeah.
And he defines successful as promiscuity or hooking up.
Sure. Let's just define it like that. He defines it as having sex with women without paying money for it, without getting an arranged marriage.
He then find women who are looking for the same thing.
He was always doing that, but he ever since he moved to America. So he lived in America from 19. He moved there when he was 19, and he lost his virginity when he was 26. So he spent 7 years looking for women who are looking for the same things as him. He had to fundamentally change. What do you think the things that he changed are?
If he had to fundamentally change, then how could he still be a good person?
Well, you can improve and be a good person. I fundamentally changed from the time I was 18 and I was awkward. I was always a good person. I just improved myself.
Oh, you used to be the awkward guy?
Yeah, I used to be pretty bad with girls.
The math is mathing. I think for him, I is he like, if is he there so I could talk to him? That would probably be better.
No, I mean I can set up a future debate, but he's not here right now.
Well, you said that he was always looking for women. Like he got here and he was looking for women who were also looking for the same things that he was looking for, and he just was unsuccessful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that.
Okay, just assume that what I'm telling you, the whole chat knows what I'm saying is reality. So just assume, for argument's sakes, that I'm being honest with you right now.
Were they all Indian women?
He prefers white girls, actually.
Another colonized mind. India's pretty bad. Pakistan's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, he's from India,
But
but
they still mostly date within their race and culture. I would say that maybe, I mean, someone who went that long, even into like adulthood without having any interaction with women, I would think that they don't have confidence around women. Maybe there's like a fear. I don't know what the self-esteem would be like. Probably not great if you don't have interactions with women. So those
okay.
things
So
you have to work on, right?
you meet him when he's 21. You're his dating coach. I just want to flesh out. So how can he improve his confidence?
I think confidence. I think um, the most important thing about confidence is knowing who you are, knowing what your capacity is, what your strengths are, and what your weaknesses are. I think so like understanding really who you are, not the representative you want to present to the world, not who you want people to think you are, but who you truly are. I think like that's the first step. And then figuring out what you're really good at, um, leaning into that. I think that probably will get you to a better place in life, and you'll probably find more success in other areas of your life, not just romantic or dating or whatever. But yeah, I think confidence is knowing who you are as a person, what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. Um, and obviously working on your weaknesses. Like if you're really bad at communicating with women, you need to do it more. You need to do it more. See, like women are people like you. There are some women who have anxieties like you that are, nervous around men, the way that men are nervous around women. But the more you do it, the better you get at it. That's kind of like a general.
Okay. So I think that's like the first good piece of advice you've given. So
Wow.
in regards to this topic, so go talk to more women, get more experience with women, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was good. I agree. That's one of the things he had to do. What do you think of some of the other things he had to do?
So again, I would really want to know what his views and what his ideas about, like, did he, you might not know, or you might know and you might not tell me. Did he have any views about women, or any sort of like, what were his views about women? Like as a general matter.
Generally positive. He was a very much a nice guy.
So
Kind of push over a little bit.
what is that? Is that like the simp thing? What is the pushover?
Yeah, someone doesn't have like strong personal boundaries.
Okay, and I think that has a little bit to do with confidence. Um, so his general attitude towards women, you said, was positive, right?
Yeah, he didn't think anything negative about women. He didn't really believe any of this red pill stuff. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. What else? I would say, okay, yeah, talk to women more. Um, Obviously you have to put yourself in positions to be able to communicate and talk to women. You have to also put yourself in spaces and positions where the demographic of women that you're looking for are occupying, because you can't just look for um, a woman who's looking for a long-term relationship. That probably wouldn't be, like, if that's not his goal, he probably shouldn't be in those spaces, or he shouldn't be looking for those types of women. But yeah, go out there, sort of like, yeah, find like-minded women, find women who are on the same page as you, maybe in the same space, in the same, wherever he was in life, find women who are in that same place. He's 21, right? 21 is, yeah, that's, yeah.
Well, he's not 21 now, but he was 21 in this example I'm giving you.
Okay, so okay.
Annalicia, I mean, no offense when I say this, but this is the reason why men typically don't ask women for advice. Because women have a really hard time giving men like practical advice that they can act on. So really, I'm going to give you the answer, what I was kind of like asking you. What really he had to do is, one, he had to radically transform his sexual market value. So he had a receding hairline. So he shaved his head. He started going to the gym. He
You
put
showed
on
me a
muscle.
picture of him. You didn't say he was previously like a Shrek.
Okay. Fair enough. But let me just get through this. He fixed his fashion. He stopped wearing like typical fob Indian clothes. He started going out and interacting with women over and over and over again. Massive amounts of rejection, but he had to push himself through the rejection. He started understanding how game works. How do you go from the part where you say hi to the girl to the part where you get her number? How do you go from the part where you get the girl's number to bring her back to your place?
How?
How do you
How do you go from talking to her to getting her number?
are you asking me how I would do that? Okay, you would
No, your prescriptions for him or them.
you would open the girl, something that's not creepy, not weird, not cringy. Open the girl, start a conversation. You would banter with the girl. You would tease the girl. You could do things like future projection, or you could use the we frame. These are some specific things you could do, but just basically vibe with a girl, tease the girl. You would have good body language. You would do all things like that. You look like you're like about to throw up. I don't know why. I feel like this is pretty basic advice. Then you would suggest the idea of you guys. You would also figure out her relationship status. If she's single, you would suggest that you guys meet up for drinks at a future date. Once she agrees with that, you would hand her your phone. You would say, cool, put your number in here. Once she puts her number in there, you would talk to her for another 30 seconds to a minute. You give her a confident hug, probably a kiss on the cheek, assuming she's not squirmish about that. You would text her a few hours later. You would set up the date. If you're trying to pull the girl back to your place, that would be a little bit different. So you would precede the pull. That means doing things like suggesting that you guys should go back to your place at some point in the future. So, for example, if you're talking about like if you have a dog, like I do, you might be like, "Yeah, you got to meet my dog." The girl's like, "Oh, I'd love to meet your dog." You know, you might show her some photos of your dog, get her interested, be like, "Yeah, yeah, he's really excited to meet you." So you kind of precede the pull. Then, you know, once you feel like the girl's really invested, you guys are really vibing, you're going to be like, hey, let's get out of here. And she's like, where are you going? Like, oh, I'm going to show you my dog. So you need like a little bit of an excuse because you don't want to be like, hey, let's go back to my place and fuck. You would keep the conversation going to make sure that she doesn't get bored. I mean, you asked me a very technical question I'm answering. But the point I'm trying to make is that there was very specific things that this guy had to do.
Right, but and you know those specific things because you know what he looked like before. Like you have information that I did not have. So let's be honest about that. But is this like you're the prescriptions that you're giving? You're just describing being like a normal human being, like going to a party, having a conversation with someone, and like them being interested in you, and vice versa, and being interested in you to the point where they say, "Hey, like let's keep this going." Like you really have to give this advice to guys.
Yes, vast majority of guys really struggle with that kind of stuff.
Wow.
You would be surprised how bad
Like I'm not gonna lie, I am. I'm really like, and this is not. I'm not being. This isn't condescension. This is not. I'm not patronizing you. Like maybe I'm really old, but I never saw that. I never saw or encountered that growing up. I also don't see it now. Like I work with youth, even some of the most vulnerable youth, and I don't see these like social deficits or like that's crazy. That's like that people have like people that like it's such a human innate and organic function, and you're basically saying that like large populations or large groups of men don't have this.
Yeah, a lot of guys lack basic social skills. I can use myself as an example. When I was 18, I was going to parties. I was constantly talking to girls, and I was having a grand total of zero success. Well, why was that? Well, one, I was really bad at picking up on social cues. So when the girl seemed like she was interested, instead of going for the kiss or getting her number, I would just stand there and like fucking banter for hours until the girl got bored. Number two, I was way too self-deprecating. So I constantly made self-deprecating jokes, which made me seem like I was insecure. I mean, I never led the conversation. I never moved things forward. So yeah, a lot of guys really, really struggle with this. Now, there's more than just basic social skills. Basic social skills gets you to a point where you're like decent, you're pretty good, but there's a point past that where you're like really good, and you're not going to get there with basic social skills. There's
really good at what? Talking to girls?
really good at seducing girls, whatever you want that to be. Having one night stands, getting into a relationship, having threesomes, whatever it is that you want.
Oh my God.
Are you surprised by that?
I'm surprised, but I also think no, you're not gonna like this.
Go ahead.
I'm surprised, but I also think that I almost feel bad. I'm not gonna lie, I almost feel bad. This isn't like incel stuff, right? This is just men who are just not socially I guess not socially whatever well socially versed or whatever. This isn't not so I'm not talking about incels. We're talking about like men who are just a little bit socially awkward, or don't really understand. You don't think that that's like a confidence thing?
Confidence definitely plays a huge role, but confidence usually comes from competence, right? So if you're really good at something, you're going to be confident in it. If you're not, like I'm very, very confident, but you put me in a boardroom meeting with a bunch of investors and I have to give a presentation about something I'm not knowledgeable of, you're going to see my confidence level just fucking shrink, right? So confidence typically comes from competence.
Okay. Your confidence okay. Confidence can also come from acknowledging your incompetence, but
well, no, you're not going to be confident if you're incompetent at something. If you're like,
for me personally, if I know that listen, guys, this is not my thing, I will carry on with my confidence. It's not going to put a dent into personally for me. Everyone's different, obviously, but yeah, I didn't know this. It's very sad. But I think that they're like this whole hooking up thing. I think it's so like, I don't know. I feel like it's so superficial. It's so, I don't know. Like there's so much more to dating and men and women, like dynamics, and like there's so much more that when we have these conversations and it's all about like being good at having game or picking up women or fucking women, it like becomes so like reductive, and it's actually very like primitive to me. It's a very primitive to have that focus where you're kind of doing everything so that you could get sex. That's a really primitive worldview in my opinion.
Well, in order to get a relationship, you need to be able to get sex. You cannot get into a relationship if you cannot get a girl on a date, if you cannot sleep with a girl. So you can't have.
Those are not like those things. Like outside of those things, there are more important things that men should be focusing
on. Sure, like feeding your family or your health. Yeah, probably more important. But sex is a biological need for men, companionship, intimacy. So you find that when men, are not getting those things, they're not having intimacy with a woman, their mental health declines. I've had countless.
Right, but intimacy with a woman, it doesn't mean promiscuity. Like you can have 1, 2, 3, sure. Even that is not really sustainable, but like it's like you just need one person that you can connect with, that you can feel heard and understood. The idea that you have to like bed hop and like, oh, I have to like I need to get better at this, and I need like I have to accumulate all these like bodies. That's a different problem.
Well, no one's saying that. What I'm saying is that people are entitled to their preferences. Some people want relationships and some people want promiscuity, right? One is not better or worse than the other. That's like saying
one is better or worse than the other.
Okay, so you feel like relationship is like morally superior
No,
to.
I feel like even I think there are studies that say that men are happier in relationships, men are happier in marriages and long-term relationships. And I think the opposite is true for women. I think women are happier outside of marriages and relationships, and whereas men are happier in them. So if we know that that is the case, why not promote or why not advocate on behalf of, finding your person or finding a person that you can connect with?
Yeah, I actually had this debate about a week ago. The signs for men are happier in relationships is very dubious, and that's a whole can of worms that I think we'd have to open up at a later day because that would take like half an hour. But again, everyone has different things they're looking for, different preferences in different times of their life. When I was in my mid 20s, I just want a lot of casual sex. Now I'm in my early 30s and I'm very happy in my relationship, right? So it's just like, yeah, like I don't think it's a good idea to push or stigmatize people who are looking for different things.
So I think, okay, let me apologize, because if I keep on forgetting, I always think that it's like it's going to be people in our age group or our like demographic. Obviously, for younger people, yeah, have your gain experience. Um, okay, so in that way, no, I'll walk it back. I'm not talking about like younger people. I'm talking about once you figure out what you're looking for, once you figure out who you are, once you once you come into yourself, I think it's important to put a premium or to focus on monogamous relationships, relationships that are more meaningful, where there's an emotional connection, there's intimacy, there's transparency and communication. That's when I think those things matter. When you're younger, if we're talking about young people are going to be young people. That's like I'm not demonizing like the that's fine. I'm just saying. I mean, teaching people the importance of and not just monogamy. I'm not saying monogamy. I'm saying connecting with a person. You can connect with if you can connect with two people and you can maintain those connections harmoniously. Listen, that's even better. But I'm just saying the importance of finding a person that you can build with emotionally and connect with is 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 priceless. It's better than hooking. And I think that I read a study that people who maybe it's for I don't know if it was for men or for women, but people who tend to be promiscuous have they have a lower self-esteem, and generally they have like poor outcomes, like socio emotional outcomes.
Yeah, we can do like a part two and we can get into that. I feel like that's like a can of worms. But yeah,
Listen,
I mean,
anything to do with psychology, that's my thing. If we're talking about like politics, I don't. Politics to me are boring. I don't care for them. I can acknowledge that I am not politically inclined. That is not my purview. Social work, psychology, sociology, a little bit of history, like things like that. We can chop it up all day.
yeah, I mean, I think like uh, you know, this is a pretty good debate overall. We got a little flustered at times, but that's okay. Uh,
You're not a bad guy. Like, it's not that I thought you were a bad guy, but like as a woman, you hear pickup artists. You like women they're sick and like, and this is for any men, and I don't know how old they are, but women are tired of being bombarded with like the manipulation and how can I pick her up and how can I get here and how can I just be yourself. And if that's not good enough, that's a different kind of problem. It's
well,
a
again,
problem because, or like organically, people are going to like throughout the course of an interaction. Like if you're out and there are people, you're going to interact, right? And some people are gonna be drawn to each other more than others. Like that's just a normal, organic human interaction. Um, but yeah, like women are tired of it. Women, and this is the reason that there's so many movements that are coming out where women are just like responding to some of the nonsense in like the manosphere or with men or whatever it is, because women are just tired of it. Just be honest, be open, be yourself. And honestly, I feel like that should get you where you want to be. And
Yeah, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, this is the reason why men typically don't ask women for dating advice. The just be yourself thing is very, very common catchphrase amongst women. But in reality, if you're a guy who's naturally attracted to women, then it is good advice. If you're seeking dating advice, chances are you're not naturally attracted to women, in which case it is really, really bad dating advice, just being yourself. It's like, I've been doing that for 10 years and it hasn't worked. You have to.
Have they been doing it for 10 years and they're unattractive? Are they unattractive men? Like, and it's probably, again, be honest.
I've had clients that are ugly, decent looking, good looking. I've had a whole gamut of clients. And at the end of the day, if there's more to being naturally attracted to women than just your looks, there's a lot of other things. There's how you carry yourself, there's your personality, there's your charisma, there's your ability to take risks, capitalize.
You don't think that some of those characteristics, you don't think that some of those things are innate? You don't think that some people are born?
Yeah,
not some people. People are born with these qualities, and then over time they sharpen the skills. They work on these skills.
Sure. Some of them are, but a lot of men are not so lucky.
So, are you saying a lot of men are not born with these qualities?
Yeah, I think a lot of men are not born to be charismatic, to be confident with women, and something they have to consciously work on.
Okay, so they're really good-looking guys. What was their issue? What was getting in between them and their operative or their goal?
Okay, I'll reference a client I had a few weeks ago. He was
and please be honest. Like, was he good looking, or like, are you just like?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be dead honest. So this guy was Scandinavian. He was a doctor. He was really good looking. I can't show his picture without asking for his permission.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
But he was really fucking good looking. And he was struggling like a motherfucker. And the big issue he was having is that, one, he was really bad at texting. So he would match with girls on Tinder and he would just like say really dumb shit. He would never move things forward. And two, on a date, he was like the nice guy. So he just sat there bullshitting for 2 hours. He never actually moved things forward. He never created sexual tension. He never went for the makeout. He never pulled the girl back to his place. And this was leading to him getting really, really terrible results. So yeah, there are good-looking guys who really struggle because they don't have the social and dating fundamentals in place. So yeah, going back to what I was saying earlier, this is like the reason that, a lot of guys, don't ask women for advice, because when you say things like just be yourself, it's like, I've been trying that for 10 years, it's not working. What I need to do is have a practical plan on how I can improve myself into someone that's more attractive to women, right? Well, how do you do that? Well, one is developing your social skills, developing your charisma, going out and taking more risks. Basically, you probably get really nervous every time you're around women. So rewiring your subconscious brain to not be as nervous. I mean, there's a whole caveat of things, million things you can do. But yeah.
Okay, what about this? We can end it on this note. If I say, just be yourself, but also work on being your best self, right? Like I think that's probably what women are like. I feel like that might be what women are implying. Like, hey, be yourself, but be the best version of yourself. So learn to obviously, be better with communication, learn to communicate, learn to understand sort of like societal or communicative, not just cues, but like intricacies, because like it's very intricate to and not everyone's good at banter, but yeah, like be yourself. I still would that would still be my prescription. I would say be yourself, be the best version of yourself. Don't just focus on the exterior, because women are not like men in where they are exclusively driven by what they see on the exterior. Women are absolutely driven by the emotional component, and they want and personality. Those are big things. And so for you, I would, it's probably important for you to kind of advocate on behalf of men, not just, being externally or superficially, immaculate. I mean, Make sure that you are emotionally open and available. Make sure that you are not an emotional terrorist and manipulative. Make sure that you are, you have empathy, you have compassion. Make sure that you're understanding. Make sure that you have, good emotional regulation. A lot of some of these guys are like, they don't know how to control themselves emotionally. They get angry and they become really like violent. They don't know how to really control themselves. So I don't know, just maybe.
That's not the thing that's holding back like the vast majority of guys. There's a small percentage of guys who are being held back by that, but the vast majority of guys, they're actually good people. They're not violent, they're not manipulative, they're not abusive. They're good human beings. They just don't know what to say when they're in front of a girl. They get very, very nervous and their brain shuts down. They don't know what to do. So they need like a very specific plan on how to get better at talking to women, how to get better at seducing a woman. So just be yourself. Sorry, when you said be the best version of yourself, does that include radically transform who you are into someone who is more attractive to women?
I think that if you have to radically change or fundamentally change who you are, I think that's a problem.
Well, your other option is being an incel.
Right, but I think that you can make changes to who you are to improve these social and romantic interactions, but to fundamentally change who you are, like fundamentals, those are core things that make a person who they are, and I think that embracing those things is more important than changing those things. Like when I say fundamental, I mean like if a person is very empathic, that's probably something that is fundamentally rooted in who that person is. It's a part of the personality. Should they change that so that they can be more promiscuous with women? Because people who generally, if you're empathic, it's probably difficult for you to be promiscuous or manipulative or exploitative. Because you're like you can identify with people, you have empathy, so it's probably harder. Like fundamentally changing everything about you, I feel like that's like I feel like that's wrong. It's like you're putting your representative out there rather than putting who you are out there. And I think putting who you are out there and making improvements, and also accepting accepting your strengths and weaknesses, putting that out there is probably more important and more advantageous in the long run.
No, it's only putting on an act or an avatar if you're pretending to be someone you're not. But if you transform yourself into truly being that person, there's been a lot of like science done on this, neuroplasticity. We can change our brains. We can, with enough conscious effort, become different people. So what if your natural?
Yeah, that's not what neuroplasticity means.
Hang on. What if your natural self is to be a simp, is to simp for these girls, suck up for these girls? Would it be bad to not be a simp?
Can you define simp, Alex, please?
Someone that goes out of their way to do like really nice things for girls and not requested. Someone that's just like, groveling over girls or just like really hung up on girls. It's like, oh my God, Annalicia, can I do your laundry for you? Stuff like that.
So like really nice guys?
Just like, but okay, there's a difference between being a kind human being and being a nice guy. The difference is when you're a nice guy, you're doing it because you subconsciously want something from the girl, i.e., sex. When you're
not really a nice guy then.
Yeah, you're correct. In some ways, you're not really a nice guy. There's an ulterior motive.
So the guys who are being courteous, who are being chivalrous, who are being helpful, and don't want anything in return, that's somehow a bad thing. But the ones who are doing it and pretending to be nice because they want something that's better, that's good?
No, not at all. That's way worse. I consider myself a very, very kind human being. I'm nice to like the vast majority of people, but I'm not a nice guy. I'm kind to you during this conversation because I enjoy being kind to people, not because I want to sleep with you.
Right.
It is way better to be kind because that's who you are than being a nice guy. But the vast majority of guys who are nice to you are doing it because they have an ulterior motive, i.e., sex. They might not know it, but that's just what it is. I had the author of the book, who wrote the book No More Mr. Nice Guy, Robert Glover, who's a famous psychiatrist, talk about this. But yeah, this is a really big thing. A lot of men are nice guys. It's just their subconscious dating strategy. But again,
So
going
would
back,
you be considered a simp?
me?
Like during this interaction, I'm saying.
No,
Based on you would?
I would not. No, of course not.
But you don't want anything from me. So I mean, you're still being kind and you're being nice.
Right, but I'm not going out of my way to do things for you that I wouldn't do for my friends. And
Right, but you're
also have
still
boundaries.
but you're being like when sometimes when you guys like describe simps, you like it's just like there have been times where like a guy will compliment me or we're just having a positive exchange and people are just like railing him with like, oh, you're a simp, you're a simp, you're a simp. So like where's the line of gradation? Like how do you differentiate between like, oh, this is a simp or this is
are you doing things for that girl that you wouldn't do for your friends?
So that's how you differentiate between a nice guy who's not really a nice guy, he just wants to fuck you, and a simp.
No, a nice guy and simp are very similar. They're like basically the same thing. That's the difference between being a kind human being and being a quote unquote nice guy or simp. It's basically the same thing.
This shit is so fucking like all of these like friggin' like just I still stand behind what I said. Be a good human. Work on your weaknesses. Acknowledge your strengths. Lean into your strengths. But just be a good, kind human being. Have compassion. Have empathy. I promise you. Like, obviously, if you're talking about young people, I mean, young people they're just. Listen, I don't want to be young ever again, so I get it. But like, you're gonna get to a certain age where all of this advice, no offense, is not going to matter as much.
And I promise you that while being a kind human being is a good thing and will make you a better person, I think everyone should be kind to people unless the other person fucks them over. That is not going to make you more successful with women. A significant percentage of people that I coach are very kind human beings. They're very nice. They're not like these manipulative, misogynistic people that you think they are. The vast majority of them are very kind, but they're completely and utterly failing with girls.
But so again, you and I define success with women. It's completely.
Annalicia, even by the way you define it, which is being able to get into a relationship. They haven't had a relationship in like 2 decades. They've never had a relationship. So I'll just for the sake of the argument define this the way you do, which is your ability to get into a good relationship.
But it's not though. Because a girl who's looking to be in a long-term relationship, she's going to be looking for something different than a girl who's looking to hook up.
Okay, that's a disagreement I have with you, but okay, let's just table that for a second. Again, going off what you're saying, which is success is getting into a good, successful relationship. These kind people are failing at that, and they're failing miserably at that. Being kind is not maybe it's giving them good karma, but it's not getting them into relationships.
It's not getting them into relationships or the relationships that they're looking for, i.e. like casual hookups and promiscuity.
No, like legit relationships.
So like any type of relationship, it's just they're not even getting close.
They're not even getting their foot in the door. They can't even get a girl on a date.
Wow. And wow. Yo, the more you know, the more you like. I actually feel bad. Like I never, like, sure there were guys in like high school, okay, not university, but there were guys in high school where, actually yes, university. There were guys in high school that like they okay, actually yeah, no, I remember. Well, at least I can say for myself because I've always been a kind person because I have compassion and empathy for people. And I understand how it feels to kind of be ostracized and marginalized. I was someone who would talk to those guys. Like those guys, like I was someone who would go out of my way to be kind to them, to check in with them, and to, make them feel or help them understand that they're being seen, that, that they matter, and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess that if they went through a large part of their life where they were largely ignored, or yeah, I could see how that could, like, yeah, that sucks.
I'm glad we're finally on the same page. I guess I'll ask you like last question. What about if a guy approaches you on the street and he's friendly, he's not rude, he wants to get your number?
No. What, like, wait, like right now, or are we talking about when I was younger?
Are you single right now or in a
No,
relationship?
no, that's what I'm saying. Like when I was
Okay.
younger, I was
Yeah.
single.
When you were single, yeah.
Um, it,
Like,
when I was younger, it would depend. It would depend on how he. So if a guy just came up to me and wanted my number,
yeah,
that's it.
on his, it would depend on his game.
No, it would depend on, honestly, the 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 problem with game is you have women like me who peep game. So if I peep game, if I overstand what you're doing, that is an immediate turn off. And if it doesn't come naturally, like even if it comes naturally to you, I still peep game, because like it's just I grew up with brothers. You just can't. It's just you can't do it. But it would depend on how confident he was. It would depend on how honest he was. It would depend on how attractive he was. Um, but yeah, all of those things considered, if I found him attractive, if he was open and honest, if he was confident, I mean, and if I was like single and bored, yeah, I'll give him my number.
Well,
If I had a lot going on though, and there have been periods in my life, especially when I was in school, no, I didn't give a fuck. I would say no.
but
But
what about those guys who are confident, who are honest, who are kind, who weren't born good looking? Don't you think they deserve a chance?
do I think they deserve a chance? Of course they deserve. Are you with me when I was like
Mhm,
younger?
mhm, mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
But you
I
wouldn't.
but don't you're assuming that I never gave, like, I guess an unattractive guy a chance. You can't make. Are you making that assumption?
Well, no, you said good looking is a prerequisite, so I assume that. Yeah.
Well, like if I'm gonna if I meet someone on the street and he's asking me for my number, that's probably, yeah, that's gonna probably be a predictor. But if it's like somebody that I know, or someone in my friend group and they're not that great looking, um, but again, they're honest, they're kind, they have a great personality, great sense of humor, confident, that's a different story.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I think we should definitely set up a part two debate. But yeah, it was fun. Do you want to plug your stuff, Annalicia?
You guys can follow me on Instagram and be nosy. It's Annalicia Chemin. I think it's just it's just my name. Um, my YouTube channel again is it's under like I'm trying to pivot and figure out the best way to help people. Obviously, where my interests lie, and the people sort of in my, I guess, in my communities. But yeah, my YouTube channel is it just me? And the idea of my channel was, actually, fuck that, it's too late. Follow me on Instagram, message me, I'll message you back. We can have a conversation. Again, yes, unattractive men, they do deserve opportunities to be with women. But I think, Alex, you should probably make sure that this is not, and I'm not saying this to be pejorative,
Mhm.
but unattractive men shouldn't bat out of their league. Is that fair?
Yes and no. You can improve what league you're in.
When I say league, I'm strictly talking about just like how a person looks physically. Like,
Yeah, you can improve your looks. Do I think that I don't think it hurts to try. I've dated girls who are better looking than me. Yeah, I think charisma and game can make up for a deficit in looks.
No, I agree. I told you that looks wasn't it's not the end all be all, but I'm talking about like a guy who like a really unattractive guy who might be going after a really attractive girl. That's probably not realistic.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be somewhat realistic, sure. If you're like 50 years old and you're trying to bang a bunch of 18-year-olds, yeah, that's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah, and if you're like an unattractive little like actually no, just yeah, just date in your own kind of date within your circle and you'll find more success. I think maybe is part of the reason they're not finding success is that they're looking outside of.
No, they're desperate. They'll take anything. They'll take like a 500-pound whale.
I
That's
don't
how
believe
desperate.
that. I don't. Then they would be fine. There's so many women.
It's we did a Tinder experiment. We took a male model, like a really good looking guy. He got 150 likes on Tinder in 24 hours. We took a girl who's like grossly obese, like just like she got 500 likes in 24 hours. So yeah,
I don't believe that. Fuck off.
I mean you can check out the video. Like this is all very well documented.
Jesus Christ.
But basically, even a really obese girl has massive amounts of options. So why would she take the guy that's meh when she can have her pick of the litter?
That's women cannot have their pick of the litter. That's not true.
Yeah, I mean, check out the video. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, listen. Let's set up an actual debate next time where I could be like prepared and I can have my like I'll send you the data that I was referring to because I have everything. I'll send it in Discord. But if we're gonna send this up, let's have a real debate where it could get spicy, but where I could be confident because I feel competent, according to you. Even though I still listen, I'm coming into this interview confident, and I promise you, I'm walking out of it just as confident. So it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. We can do round two.
Okay, round two. I'll be waiting. And tell your subscribers that I said that I love them. Oh, they can hear me. Listen, be good people and good things are going to happen to you. I feel like that's a general rule. And I feel like I absolutely believe that there is merit and truth to it. Be a good person. Good things will happen. Be empathic and compassionate. I love you all. Alex, thank you. I hope that we do a round two and I will not be as chair. You think that I was like flustered today? Yeah, let's do a round two and it's going to get spicy.
Okay, sure. Let's do it. All right, cool. Thank you, Annalicia. Appreciate you.
Okay, bye, guys.
Have a good night. Right, that was fun. Oh, we're going on 4.5 hours. I'm like fucking beat and Natty's waiting for me. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I thought that was fun. Definitely went better than I thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna be way more of a shitstorm. But you know, she was overall respectful, I would say. But yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Remember, we got epic debate panel tomorrow. At 4 p.m. It's going to be fucking crazy. So make sure you guys check out that. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night, guys. Peace.